Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Welcome to the International Gospel Summit 2020. I'm telling you all, this is, oh my God, a virtual experience, but a monumental experience.
Yes.
We were so excited to be in London last year. I mean, we had an absolute fabulous time. I mean, just touring Buckingham Palace and all. Wait a minute, you know I have to show you. I got my little Ed, Carol's brother. He has a spot down in London. And I bought me a little hat, and I got the little wave. So I was all in London, all excited. But hey, Miles. But anyway, I'm telling you, we're excited about the International Gospel Music
Yes,
Summit,
yes.
this virtual experience. I'm Monica Butler, the unit production manager, and we are in store for a good time. I'm telling you the information that you're going to receive today and the platform that we're creating for the new up and coming artists is going to be phenomenal tomorrow. So you need to call a friend, tell them to like, share, add, push it out while we're on the phone. If you're not talking now, you should be sending people the link so that they can come on in and get this good, great information that we have to share with you today. Before I pass it along to none other than Miss London herself, I would like to tell you all who my team is. And I have a Kuna, and she is our admin. She's going to come in and wave at you. Come on, Miss Kuna, say hi to everybody. And then we have Michaela, who's going to wave. And we also have Bianca and Rick. I mean, everybody has been working hard behind the scenes, doing such a great job. There's Makuna. I mean, there's a Akuna. And Michaela's, there's Michaela. Okay, so this is our team, you all, and they are back here working. You will probably get some messages from them while you're getting ready to come on. But everybody, just enjoy. Let's have a great time. Let's sit back and relax. And here is Miss London herself.
Hi, everyone. It is so good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. As Monica said, we were in London last year. Oh, my word. First of all, that is my home, my hometown. And it was so good for the artists, the independent artists, to be in London, to see the sights and sound of London, and more importantly, to meet the industry in the UK, the artists, the industry executives. We had a great time of connections, networking, education. It was absolutely fantastic. And we said, we have to keep this going, and we have to do it next year in the US. And we are here today. And I know that you can't be with us physically, but you know what? God is good. We can leverage social media and we can be with each other virtually. So thank you. Thank you for joining us today. I just want to also recognize our UK staff. ID, can you wave? Can you come off mute and wave? We have some staff in ID, and I'll check if our other staff is online, but we have such a great support base, is a support group in terms of just behind the scenes. So we appreciate you all. Now listen, we're in for a wonderful treat. Today, we have some recorded content for the first hour, and then we'll go into our live panels. And then tomorrow, we are having our summit musical, where you can experience the music ministry of these independent artists. I'm excited. They are awesome. They are amazing. And we're just here to lift them up. We're here to support them, to let them know that their ministry is important, and this is the platform for them. We are connecting them to the industry in the UK and other countries. We have people watching us from all over the world. And if you're on Facebook, on social media, thank you for joining us today. Now listen, seeing as you can't be here today, we are going to take you on a virtual tour of Seattle. So listen, sit back, relax, and enjoy the sights of sounds of Seattle. And we'll see you in a bit. something for everyone, indoors or outdoors. I hope you enjoyed that taste of Seattle, the tour of Seattle. And maybe one day you will come to the Pacific Northwest and experience it in person. Monica?
Yes, I am so excited. I'm telling you, we are in the midst of a great time. I am talking actually through Carol's mic because even though we're virtual and we're sitting 6 feet distances apart, we're in the same room. I actually got a chance to come to Seattle, Washington. I'm telling you, it was awesome just flying across and seeing the mountains, the snow-capped mountains. It's beautiful here, and I hope that you all enjoyed that. But we have something special for you right now that's coming up, and this is a special presentation from the UK. So give it up, everybody, for Mr. Dave Wilkes with a poem.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're from around the world. My name's Dave Wilkes from Just Divine Poems. Thank you, Father, for allowing me to be part of this amazing International Gospel Music Summit. I'm very excited. I've created a very bespoke poem. It's very unique. And I've actually created it and put it into a beautiful frame. I've also signed this very special piece. And I would like to read what I have created. I've titled this the International Gospel Music Summit. To God be the glory once again for us, you've done it. To allow us to celebrate another International Gospel Music Summit. At times, things were looking like it wouldn't be possible. Then we were reminded of Luke chapter 1 verse 37, which reads, "For with God, nothing will be impossible." Thank you for the vision you blessed Carol Crawford with. God continue pouring into her each day to be wiser. The CEO of Back to Back PR International, this virtual event organizer. The co-hosts for the International Gospel Music Summit are the elegant Miss V and the amazing Miles Crawford, who's spontaneous and very funny. This astronomical event is to educate people on the business of gospel music. And with a blessed lineup this year, this event is going to be electric. There's a real strong connection between the US and the UK, which in the past has created great interaction along the way. This powerful platform highlights talented independent artists who've excelled in the past. From what they've been taught, this is the place to be if you're looking for such support. The summit always creates networking opportunities to collaborate with different types of people within the industry. There'll be someone for you. Promoters, poets, singers of different genres, to name but a few. The International Gospel Music Summit is blessed by God's grace. The whole world can see. We can do all things through Christ, believing there are no limits to God's ability. To you all, stay blessed wherever you're going. And this bespoke piece was created by me, Dave Wilkes, from Just Divine Poems. To you all, stay blessed.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Come on, everyone. Let's give it up. Let's give it up. Clap, clap, snap, snap.
Yes.
That was amazing.
That was fabulous, Dave. That was awesome.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that original bespoke. They say bespoke piece. That was amazing. Thank you so much. That's a great start to our day. Awesome, awesome. Now, what's coming up, Monica?
Well, what's coming up is the panel. We have the history of gospel music that's bringing you information from the UK and the USA. So Carol is going to tell us who our fabulous hosts are.
Our fabulous hosts from the US is Miss V, and from the UK, Miles Crawford. And they sat down with some industry greats, Lynn Princess Brown, Juliet Fletcher, and Bob Maravich, and they shared about history. So listen, let's watch and hear and see the shoulders and hear about whose shoulders we're standing on, who came before, what their experiences were. Let's go.
Everyone, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are so excited to have you. I've got my sidekick here, Miles. Hi, Miles.
Hi.
You know what in the U.S., we have a young lady by the name of Wendy Williams, and her favorite line is, "How you doing?" We've got something going on today. So, Miles, you know what? I've been thinking, we have these two outstanding, phenomenal individuals with us today. What are we going to do?
Let's GWTF, go with the flow, see where it
I
takes
know
us.
that's right. And so, we're going to start off with, and you know what? We love both of them, okay? We love both of them. But what we're going to do, basically, we're going to start off with an individual that I've known for years. I mean, this gentleman, he's a man of God. He's a scholar. He's so knowledgeable. But what I love about him, you've heard that song, Take Me Back? He can take you way back.
Way back.
And there are things to where you'll be sitting there going, really? And so we're going to hear from the incomparable Mr. Bob Marwich out of Chicago, Showtown,
Okay.
Illinois.
I'm happy with that.
Miles, I'm telling you. Bob, welcome. How are you doing?
Miss V, doing great here in Chicago. It's a beautiful day, and looking forward to this. This is fantastic. I wish we could have all been in Seattle, but we got to do what we got to do. That's the way it works.
Look, I know what you're talking about, but you know what I'm so excited about? Tell everybody that's listening today a little bit about your background, because when we say Bob Marwich, if we've been in the gospel industry a long time, we know who you are. But a lot of times we have those individuals that don't. So share with us a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, well, I first came into gospel music through the Gospel Music Workshop of America, Gospel Announcers Guild. Lynn, I did come through that. Was the second vice president of our Chicago chapter. I started the Journal of Gospel Music back in 2004 to really give reviews and interviews and news on gospel artists of the past and present. I wrote this book, A City Called Heaven, Chicago and the birth of gospel music back in 2015. And then just this past January is nominated for a Grammy Award for the liner notes for the Gospel According to Malachi, which is a 8 CD package of music, basically running from the late 1940s through about 2010 from Malachi. And I have a radio show called the Gospel Memories on WLUW in Chicago. So I've been listening to gospel music since 1984.
Wow. Look, now you all know, I always give individuals a name, everybody that's in my close circle. And I've always used to say Bob was like a walking encyclopedia. If it had an answer, Bob would know it. So Bob, throughout your years, tell me one of the most memorable stories that you heard from one of the gospel artists back in the day.
You know, the one that immediately comes to mind is sort of the origins of the song that we all know, Just a Closer Walk with Thee. Now, we know that song very, very well, but the story, the history goes on that song that it came out of Kansas City, that it was heard by a porter singing it, and that a Professor Hurst, who was a choral director in Kansas City, loved the song and taught it to his choir. And but the question always was, how did it become famous? How did it get from Kansas City, from a porter to a choir director, to become a major hit? And something that, one of the great things about being in gospel music was the ability to meet sort of some of the original founders, pioneers. So Eugene Smith of the Roberta Martin Singers, who became a good friend, he explained that the song, he and Robert Anderson happened to be in Kansas City and happened to hear that song being sung and brought it back to Roberta Martin. And that they went, and then it also ended up in the hands of Kenneth Morris. And Kenneth Morris Kenneth Morris published it. He had failed to copyright it, and another larger company came along and copyrighted it. But the song that we know so well really originated, became famous, as it were, because Eugene Smith said he and Robert Anderson had heard the song and brought it back to Chicago for publication. So those are just one of the stories of behind the scenes type things that happen, that you hear the song, you think it's been around forever. It's actually only been around since the 1920s. Eugene Smith himself told us that story.
You heard it right there from the walking encyclopedia himself, Mr. Bob Marwich. Miles, what can I tell you? Did I not tell you? If you want something, my friend Bob could hook you up.
And you know, Miss V, the beautiful thing, I'm so glad you introduced me to Bob. And Bob, just a quick question. You mentioned about the radio show that you do, and doing radio myself and Miss V, we understand that the work that goes into the content you play on your show. Let us into the behind the scenes of the Bob Marwich radio show.
Well, I go back to the advice I got from the Alliance from way back when, from Reggie Miles, who is one of our Chicago chapters, which is everything is show prep, and show prep is everything. I probably spend 2 hours to produce the 1 hour show. And a lot of it has to do with finding music that goes together, but also in this particular time, we always like to salute one of the individuals who's passed away. And I was saying to Ms. V earlier that there's been so many artists that have passed away this year. I kept expecting 1 week to do a show for 1 hour where we didn't do a tribute to anyone who passed away, and it has not happened in the recent past. So what I try to do is to find music that blends together, that with male, female singers, quartets, choirs, groups, soloists, duets, bring it all together, different eras. So you go back to the 40s and 50s, and maybe you drop in a song from the late 20s. and then you maybe do something from the 70s and 80s, because those, there's a whole generation of people who that's their nostalgia, and try to bring it together. So there are a lot of radio shows about traditional gospel music that just focus on whatever the host likes. And for me, it's got to be everything. I'm a fan of choirs, but I'm going to do choirs, quartet, everything. It's going to be represented in all eras, because I feel it's important. Somebody out there, that's going to be their era that they're interested in.
Fabulous. And, you mentioned the different genres, and I was speaking with Mr. V earlier, and Mr. V, you mentioned quartets.
Yes, I did. I was educating Miles on quartet. I said, Miles, who's the queen of quartet? He's like,
Yeah.
I said, that's okay. And I said, who's the storyteller? I said, but that's okay, because you know what? That's what we're here for, is to help people to know that. And then when somebody starts talking, that's something that you can, highlight them with. But Bob, one of the things that I mentioned when Miles and Carol and I were speaking was the fact that we have so many individuals who go to events in their groups, but when they get there, they never break away from the groups to get to know and build relationships like people like yourself that can really educate them. So what type of advice would you give new artists when they're on the road and they're attending, especially like an alliance event, a workshop? I mean, anything. What type of advice would you give them, Bob?
And I'll tell you what I do give them to do is first of all, if somebody wants to get more involved in gospel music, I say, number one, go to the Gospel Music Workshop of America. Get involved with the Alliance. Wherever the local chapter is, go. Fellowship. This is very much an in-person, in-the-room kind of musical community. This is not something you can do on YouTube. This is something where you really need to know people, because if you don't get out there and get known, we won't know anything about you. It really is the networking. It always has seemed like that to me anyway, that when it's one thing to do emails and so forth, but it's different when you're at the conventions where you're meeting with people, you run into people, just serendipitous things happen where you're sitting next to somebody at a program. In fact, Miss V and I got to know each other because I was sitting next to your husband at the Stellar Awards years ago. You just never know where things are going to go. And so there are opportunities, and any artist who doesn't take advantage of those opportunities has a hard road to hoe, because things just happen in person. And so you're absolutely right, Ms. V. A new artist or an artist who's really looking to get more attention should be going. And also, as you say, not just sitting there and then leaving. Afterwards, if there's somebody speaking, if it's a radio announcer or a record company owner or an artist, go up and introduce yourself. If you've got a project, make sure they get a copy of it so that they get to know who you are. Give them your card or something. Make yourself known. Be in the room. Be present. That's the important advice I would give.
Well, Bob, it's so funny. What people don't seem to understand, all of these different award programs, when your name is on the ballot, first thing people are going to gravitate to is who they know. Or who they know of. And if they don't know you, how are they going to vote for you? Because first thing to be like, well, who is this? But then again, a lot of times I'll go play, I'm like, hi, I'm Miss V. Or first thing they'll come to me say, oh, I know you're Miss V. But if people don't know you, they can't vote for you. They can't support you because they know nothing of you. And with that being said, what I love it so much about you, Bob, you make sure that people are aware of the individuals. You make sure that you let them know the craft that they're doing and how it is doing. And with that being said, is out of all the artists that we have out here now with your radio program, are you still accepting submissions for your radio broadcast?
I've reissue projects, yes, because everything on my radio show is all traditional gospel.
Okay.
For the Journal of Gospel Music, absolutely. And in fact, I've often suggested, and I'm going to probably hop on my soapbox just a second here, and Lynn may appreciate this. When artists approach you for promotion, it's important if they want you to review their project. Now, there's one thing if they just want you to give your 2 cents, and I'm always happy to do that, but if they actually want you to review it, I feel that there's a mutual exchange. Give me your music. Don't give me a YouTube link. Don't send me to Spotify. Give me your music. Also, I need to know about you. To your point, Ms. B, there are times when artists have no bio at all, and I don't know who they are, and I'm searching on internet trying to find anything out about them. I even had a label to say, yeah, here's the Spotify account. Go there. I'm like, no, that is kind of disrespectful. As radio announcers, as reviewers, we're actually, we're going to take time and do the project. So take time and respect our position that we should have the music, whether it's at MP3s or whether it's a CD or something, or a special private, online listening, so that we can get the best quality out of it. Usually it's where you have the liner notes, you have the music, you have the information, so you can make a good review of it and not have to constantly be searching information. So I do accept submissions like that. Interestingly enough, independent artists are the ones who typically are the most appreciative of the feedback, and also probably the ones that come out more often with projects to be reviewed. And so that is one area. And I always say everyone started as an independent. Thomas A. Dorsey was an independent. Mahalia Jackson was an independent. James Cleveland was an independent. Everyone started there. And so I think we have to give time to the independent artists, because they may be the superstars of next year.
And Bob, you know what? Being independent is not a bad word. It's not a dirty word.
No.
And I mean, you say you're independent. Oh, or you an independent person. They like, oh, I mean, you thought it's the end of the world, and it's not, because it's like, prime example, it's like a baby. Correct me if I'm wrong, everyone. I've never heard of a baby coming out walking. Lynn, have you heard? Miles, have you heard it? I mean, if you have, let me know. I've never heard of a baby coming out. Okay, that baby came out and wasn't even crawling. Okay, the child had to learn how.
I was born with 2 came out walking.
But with that being said, you had to crawl before you walk. And when you tell people that, they look at you, and sometimes if you're not careful, Bob and Lynn and Miles, they get offended. And I'm like,
they do.
And I told one lady, I said, I've never seen a baby coming out walking, not less running. I said, you have to build relationships. Absolutely. And all of those things. And it's like, you're not doing it. But like I said, haven't seen it. Miles, what you got to say on that one?
Well, it's interesting. You have to evolve somehow. You have to evolve somewhere. And, it just brings me back to last year when I attended the USA Meets the UK Gospel Explosion that was in London in the West End, that Back-to-Back International presented. And I sat at the back. I got in early. I wanted to see everything. And I got in really early. And I just watched the UK gospel artists, the US gospel artists. And there is a difference. My goodness, the performances were tremendous. I was there from start to finish. And I was really enthused, really excited about the American acts. Many of them I'd never even heard of. New and up and coming to me, maybe established to anyone in the US, but from the UK, but they were just explosive. So what I wanted to ask Bob, one more little question. In the US, can gospel artists have a mainstream career. What would you say on that?
Absolutely. I think there's the temperament back in the day was not so much, but I think we're seeing it more. I think it's the way they take their mainstream career. I think if it's a dramatic change, it may not be so successful. I think there has to be some connection with the gospel aspect. For example, I think somebody like a C.C. Winans, for example, and B.B. Winans as well, are able to sort of blend very seamlessly their gospel world into their secular world, because there's an inspirational aspect of it. There's a sense that the music is it's not that different. I mean, gospel music has never really been that different from pop music. In fact, the lyrics sometimes are the only difference. But I think it's in the quality of the style. Some artists in the past failed miserably as secular artists. For some reason or another, they just didn't have it in them. It didn't work. But I think as far as mainstream, there are artists who can. For example, there's a young woman who's got, actually this would be in reverse, has got a fantastic mainstream career. I've heard her sing one gospel song, and I wish she would do an entire gospel album, because she could actually do it well. And then there are some artists who could go the other direction, but they have to be true to themselves. Try not to go so to the extreme that it turns people off. They need to have a kind of a sense that their artistic integrity stays intact throughout. And that's the important thing. But I do believe it can happen and does happen.
Wow. Well, you know what, Miles?
Yeah.
We need to hear from Lynn. She's been sitting here quiet as a church mouse.
Absolutely.
We are just so excited to have you here. So, Lynn, tell us about your background and what you do to help the artist.
Okay. Well, my background is I've been in radio for 18 years. Started out with a gospel talk show, then emerged into music, was introduced into the music field. Then from there, I was appointed in 2010 to be the president of the Broward Alliance, well, the Gospel Music Alliance. So I've been the chapter president, actually that was October 2009 by Lydia Gooden. So I have been the president since that time. And I've been working in the industry back and forth. I've written off-Broadway musical called Hallelujah the Musical, which goes, how I ended up into the history component was I had to go all the way back to Africa to really find out where gospel music comes from. And so in my discovery, I was able to find that out. And so in doing radio, television productions, many different things that I do, but my main thing is radio and gospel music.
Miles, my goodness gracious, we just got an abundance of knowledge here today.
I think so. And I really think we should plow into it and get out as much as we can.
I'm going to let you start the plow, and I'm going to be behind you, okay?
Thank you, my co-partner. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
Do you know, I wanted to ask Lynn. Lynn, lovely to meet you, and albeit via this platform. But with yourself and Bob, you've got so much knowledge, you've got so much experience of the industry. My thoughts are, who, in your opinion, are some of the gospel greats that have helped shape the industry?
Well, the first person that comes to mind that has helped shape the industry, I have two people. That's Thomas Dorsey and, of course, James Cleveland. And then if I were to go on and I start looking at my sisters in the industry, none other than the Caravan Sisters, because each one of them broke out into their own. We still have Dorothy Norwood and, of course, the incomparable Shirley Caesar, who is still singing today and performing and shouting. And if you don't know greens, beans, tomatoes, ham, corn, chicken, then you don't know gospel music. So, and I think everybody knows that. So with that being said, it's a matter of, those are some of the gospel greats that I know, and some of the things that the way they've changed the industry. We have many others who have, through time. One other person I want to say is Kurt Franklin, because he brought gospel music and hip hop together, and began to change the music industry from his perspective.
And you mentioned about Africa and things like that. I just wondered if you could tell us what you found out about Africa, or the African gospel music.
Well, this is some in my studies when I was putting together the musical that I wanted to. It just started. I was given a project. Let me just start. I was given a project to do a concert on the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and on up. But I felt that I would be doing a disservice if I didn't go all the way back. So in my research, what I found was that gospel music, from the inception of slavery, that's where it began. So, and we have right now today, there's a tribe in Kenya called the Pokomo tribe. They have a drum that they use for worship. And it's sitting in the basement in British right now, in the British basement, British Museum basement right now, that was stolen from them. They've asked the Britons to give them back the drum, and Britain flat out just, I think it was in 2018 or 2019, said no. And so this drum has been sitting in their basement now for over 100 years. So the Pokomo tribe, not only just the Pokomo tribe, but then all of our other tribes. So with me researching that and discovering that, I found out that Africans use not only just the drums, but in order to come up with that beat, they use the sound of leaves, the walking of your feet, the shuffle in your feet when you're walking across the sand. And then they brought that here during their inception. And what they would do after they had learned how the Christian way of church, they would sneak off in the woods, and they combined their way of worship with the new world of Christianity. So now what you have is Pentecostal, you have Baptist, you have Episcopalian, you have just all the Kojic. So now you have all the derivatives of gospel music all in one. So when you hear one sound, we're just more than one faith, one sound. We are many sounds, but they all come from one place, and that's Africa.
Well,
so,
I hope you agree. How about, see, the thought that comes to my head is that we might have to start a petition to get that drum returned back to Africa, because that is important African history.
Right, absolutely, because it's a part of their spiritual heritage. It's a part of their religion.
Absolutely.
You're not going to deny them their religion. You're telling them they can't worship with what they use, because that's how they talk to God, with that drum. So now you're telling them they can't have it. And then we have to look at that in our history of gospel music just did not start when we got in the 1920s. But it, as I said, with the inception of slavery, it started with the cadences that the slaves used to row the boat, because that's how we came up with the song Amazing Grace. I don't forgot the author's name, but when he wrote the song Amazing Grace, it was to the cadences of the slaves rowing the boats. So that's why you have the breakup in the songs where you hear Amazing Grace, boom, how sweet the sound boom, because that was the rowing of the boat and the cadences. Then what you have is the form of communication. Our music was used as communication with one another when we wanted to escape or to tell a message or to go back to one town to the next town. And so, here's Harriet Tubman, Wade in the Water, and many other songs that went along with that. And last but not least, I would say that the inspirational songs also were used as forms of coping. So when we hear our gospel music, it's a form of a coping mechanism. So now we're dealing with the mental psyche. If I don't sing, I might just nut up and go and hurt somebody. I gotta sing. And in my home, when my mom was going through a problem, one of her favorite songs was Precious Lord. So she would go and look out the window and just stand there to the window and would sing Precious Lord, Take My Hand. Or she would sing Amazing Grace, or she would sing, many other songs that she would find, Trouble in My Way. But that music our gospel music is a form of coping. If you listen to the words of the author, even if you take the song Precious Lord, Thomas Dorsey, when he wrote that song so that he could cope with the loss of his wife and child.
But one thing, Lynn, with that too, and you're talking about going back to Africa, when you go back and think of slavery, what people don't understand, when the slaves were in the fields, they were not able to sing. So they had, and Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, they were humming those hymns, and they would work and they would hum the hymns. And that's how those hymns got started a lot of times, because that's all they could do was just hum. Yeah. And they knew what they were singing, and people around them knew what they were singing.
That's absolutely right. I mean, that, and Lynn is 100% on target with that. I mean, so much of gospel music, it all harkens back to Africa. And Pearl Williams Jones, who has passed on now, but she was a great musicologist, said that probably gospel music has kept its Africanisms better than any other African-American music. You think about it, the falsetto singing, the polyrhythms, the hand clapping and foot patting that Lynn was talking about, the congregational singing. This is all from West African celebratory music. The iconography, there was no difference there. Everything was sacred, everything was secular. There was no difference. And as I always thought, that Dr. Deborah Smith Pollard used to say to her students, and she would teach them about gospel music, she'd say, here's a people who had nothing. They were able to bring nothing with them but their culture. And that culture was what they had. And they brought it with them. And they developed it here and cultivated it here. And so that what we're hearing when we hear a praise break, or if we hear a good old, like, I'm on the battleship, I'm on the battlefield for my Lord, this all goes back hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years back to West Africa.
That is so true.
It's all part of the tradition.
But Miles, I have a question for both Bob and Lynn. And Lynn, I'm going to let you go first, and Bob, you go second. I would like for you to take a second or two and tell all of our listeners what gospel artist, male or female, made the biggest impact on our industry. And like I said, they could be living or they could be deceased. But I want you all to take a second and think of who you feel that individual would be, and let us know. And we will be back to you in 1 second while Miles and I. So Miles, I have a question for you. What do you think of our panelists? Aren't they phenomenal?
They are absolutely fantastic.
I know. I can't wait to see what their answer is going to be.
It's such a shame that we're not together in person. Yeah?
I know.
But we're all together here in spirit, and I'm loving every minute of it, really.
Say, look, all this, look, my father-in-law, he always used to change his words around. All this educational is just going bananas, okay? And I mean, what can I say? I mean, my father-in-law, he's a minister. So they always said, Elder Edwards. And so Elder Edwards always had something to say. And he said, well, you know, with this educational stuff that's going on, I said, what did you say, Dad? He said, the educational. And, you know, when you're 91 years old, you don't question, you go, okay. So, you know what, Miles? Our minute is up. So we're going to go with Lynn. Who do you feel was the most influential individual of our time, living or deceased?
Okay, well, I actually have two. And that would be Shirley Caesar and James Cleveland.
Okay, all right.
They have made a major impact. James Cleveland, he started GMWA, so he formed what we would have today, the breakout, because his biggest belief was that nobody was better than anybody. And so that during the conferences, he would sit and he would listen to the very last artist from beginning to end. So to me, he formed what we have today as the gatekeepers of the industry with GMWA. And then I would say Shirley Caesar, because she's still going at it. She's still dropping hits after hit after hit. And even with her, look, Faded Rose was my favorite song of hers. And so I could remember every Sunday morning that song would come on and Mom would be making biscuits, sausages, you know, grits and eggs, and everybody would come to the table on Sunday morning. We all would eat and then we would get ready for church. So we would get prepared. Shirley would get us ready.
I know that's right. I know that's
right. Then, of course, you know, we had Dorothy Norwood, who was going to be the storyteller and tell us.
Wait a minute, baby. You going to 3 now. Okay.
I'm going to stop right now. But I just had to put that little piece in there.
No problem. No problem.
But with that being said, I would truly have to say the greatest be Shirley Caesar and
all right,
James Cleveland. And
I'm all right. Brother Bob, who's on your list?
You know, I would have to give my propers to Sally Martin for two reasons. Sally Martin, sort of the mother of gospel music, she probably doesn't get as much credit as she deserves because she was more quiet in what she did. I mean, she was very forthright. People who knew Sally Martin knew she spoke her mind, but she did it quietly. But she was the one who, when Dorsey started the National Convention of Gospel Choirs and Choruses, she was the one who went around the country and met with pastors and said, you need a gospel chorus. I'll help you train the gospel chorus, and we'll sell you Dorsey's music, and you'll have a gospel choir just like they have in Chicago. So a lot of the gospel choir movement was as a result more of Sally Martin, although she didn't always get the credit. And because she didn't get the credit sometimes from Dorsey, she up and left him in 1939. She was working with him with his music publishing company, but she kind of felt that it was a kind of a good old boys network that didn't give her the credit, and she went off on her own. So then she started Martin and Morris Music Studio and with Kenneth Morris. And at one time, they were the largest African-American music publisher in the country. Sally was wearing furs and driving Cadillacs, probably before Mahalia and Roberta Martin. And one time, Sally made a phenomenal wealth from this. One time she was on a train and the conductor told her she had to sit in the back car because of Jim Crow. And she looked at the conductor and she said, I'll bet you I could buy this train. And she probably could have. Sally, you know, with the development of the choirs and the development of the songwriting and publishing, I think she's had an amazing, but often unknown impact on gospel music.
Wow, Bob, we appreciate that. I'll share this thought real quick, and then what I'd like to get from each of you before we get off the call is the fact we want to be able to know how to reach you or how to follow you. So I'm just going to share this with you. We were talking about Shirley Caesar to show how much of an influence Shirley has on the gospel industry. When Bishop F.C. Barnes passed at his funeral, everybody, all the dignitaries was coming in. Everybody was coming in. And everybody was saying something, singing or doing whatever they had to on the funeral services. And I know they said, we're going to hear from, before they could say the name, you heard, the church erupted. It went totally off. I mean, everybody jumped out of their seats. Everybody was hollering Shirley, and that's all she did was that did it. I mean, I had never been to anything, and that woman's power of the vocal cords it lit the church up. I mean, old, young, black, white, foreign, everybody from all over the world was there. And they heard that, and I was like, and my husband was like, do you know who that is? I said, indeed I do. And it was the only Pastor Shirley Caesar. So you're absolutely correct. Bob, the young lady that you named, she didn't get the recognition she deserved because she worked hard behind the scenes that people really didn't really know. And then you've got Shirley. She is adapting the times so phenomenally. You've seen one of the covers of one of her last projects. She's sitting there with long straight hair with her bangs on, and I'm like, oh, what? She was fly. So as long as any artist keeps that mindset, they will go accordingly with everybody else. And I mean, I think it's just phenomenal. But Bob Marwich, Lynn Brown, Miles, we're excited they came. We're just so happy. We just want to say thank you all so much.
Absolutely. And I'm so happy that we got to do this. Time has gone so fast. But what you mentioned, Miss Fee, just a second ago, it will be rude and such a shame not to find out and for Lynn and Bob to share their social media sites and where we can contact them.
Well, okay. I'll go ahead and go first. My social media contacts on Facebook is Lynn Princess Divine, and that's Divine, last name Brown, as in the color. And on Instagram, it's Princess Divine. And on Twitter, it's Princess Divine. So you can find me there on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
And I found her, guys.
And
for me, she done found me.
You've been found. For me, journalofgospelmusic.com, gospelmemories.com, and you can. I'm at Journal of Gospel on Twitter, and I have Journal of Gospel Music has a Facebook page, and of course Bob Marovich has a Facebook page, and in any of those ways you can connect with me.
Bob, how do you spell Marovich?
It's
just so that for those who don't know.
Right, yeah, good old Croatian name, Marovich. So yeah, I'm there, and yeah, journalofgospelmusic.com. If nothing else, that'll get you right to the website, and everything else goes out from there.
Oh,
we appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Miss V, have you enjoyed this?
I have had look, I want to tell you all how old I had a stone blast. This has been wonderful. This has been wonderful. Look, we had Wendy Williams here. I mean, it has been wonderful. Just want to let you all know as well, if you have problems getting a hold of Lynn or Bob, please contact me, Miss V. I will make sure to get a message to them as well. And if you want to reach Miss V for your music to be played, please make sure you do. I am on Facebook, Vania, MSVEE Edwards. And we will get in contact with you. But most of all, we just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you all for sharing these moments with us, sharing these comments with us. If it wasn't for you, it would be none of us. So Miles, I'm going to let you sign us off, but God bless each and every one. Thank you all so very much. And look, let's do it again sometime. You know, these shut-in times are wonderful. And thank you also, Carol Crawford. We appreciate you as well, my dear.
Wow, wow, wow. That was amazing. Oh my goodness. Lots of great nuggets for us. It's so good knowing where we're coming from, whose shoulders we're standing on, what they experienced back in the day. For some of these new, younger, up-and-coming artists, it's good to know who came before, who paved the way. What did they have to go through? This goes all the way back to slavery, and I want that drum back. I don't know about you. We need to bring back the drum. We need that drum. I went online and Googled the drum. I want it back. We need to bring it back to Africa. Oh my word, this was so amazing. Lynn, Bob, thank you so, so much. And I hope you reach out to them. Get to know them if you don't know them already. Ask more questions, interact with them. That's what this is all about.
Hi, I'm Bishop Kenneth Wells, President and CEO of the Gospel Industry Network, better known as the GIN. Although we are a newly formed organization, our individual membership has hundreds of years' experience in the gospel music field. Radio, television, print media, social media, recording companies, and recording artists are just a few of our platforms used to bridge the industry to the church. Join us as we present gospel excellence with industry spotlights, top 30 radio spins, interviews, new artist showcase, industry symposiums, special events, and much, much more. View us on our YouTube channel, the Gospel Industry Network. Like us and subscribe. Then visit our website at thegin.org.
It's great to be a part of this wonderful session. Certainly, I'm quite humbled by it being asked, and it's a significant time for me in that it's 50 years this year since I've been in gospel music, and I've realized how much I've never really taken account of all my participation in gospel music over the 50 years. I've done bits and pieces, but I'm just now at this place where it's a great opportunity to share, to talk about the music. I've been very privileged to be involved in the music in the last 50 years at all the significant points and developments of the music. Every movement of the music from the 70s right through to present day, and that I've been able to say that, you know, God has been true to his word. I started out as a person in Kojic with the Church of God in Christ. My mother and father came to Britain during the early 50s, so that was not long after 1948, at the end of World War II, and the Empire Windrush brought hundreds of Caribbeans to the UK. It was a transformative time, and when the Caribbeans came, they didn't realize what was really here in terms of reception. And some of it was good and some of it was absolutely the pits, to use a word that it might be familiar with you Americans. And so I'm quite taken with the fact that we've come this far by faith, leaning on the Lord. So I don't know, Monica, how much you want me to go on. Are we going to use some more of my presentations, or shall I try and share? Windrush Church and Music is a new initiative that's coming to the fore over the next months. Windrush Church and Music is a new initiative to mark clearly the churches that came from the Windrush time of the 1940s through to the 1970s, that were the foundation churches, and to all that's built on it now. So whereas now we've got hundreds, literally hundreds of churches, hundreds of buildings, millions of pounds of investment, but also hundreds of thousands of people, in fact millions of people who are involved or associated with the churches and the music, all of that now is an expression of where we are. So in 2018, when the government said from now on there will be a Windrush Day, so the 22nd of June is Windrush Day, we also celebrate it year by year by doing activities. So Windrush Church and Music is that legacy initiative that's going to make sure that our churches are acknowledged not only in terms of the UK, but beyond the UK, so that people can know how great and how good the works of the Lord is to his people. So to reach me, windrushchurchandmusic@gmail.com, or my Facebook page at J Fletcher, Jay Fletcher, or my full and proper name, Juliet Fletcher, on Facebook, or Juliet Fletcher or J Fletcher on Twitter, and so on. So I'm reachable. windrushchurchandmusic@gmail.com to be able to email me and talk to me about any matter in connection with our churches, where we've been, where we are, and where we're heading.
Windrush, Church and Music. That is amazing, because the Windrush was the ship that brought people over from the Caribbean. My parents came from the Caribbean too in the 50s, so definitely can resonate with that time. And thank you, Juliet, and thank you, Bob and Lynn, for just sharing your heart. We are going to share these videos with you, with those on the Zoom, so that you can sit down and listen to them, watch them in the comfort of your homes at another time. But we thank you all for just being a part and just being willing to share what you know, your knowledge and experience. Knowledge is good, experience is good, and it's vital. And so thank you all.
So as you all know, we love good gospel music. So next up we have, again, and thank you for that wonderful panel. The history of it was awesome. But we have another special presentation for you all. And this is from another group out of the UK. And the name of the song is On Top of the World. And this was Shekinah and Governor B. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this music of gospel.
I've been searching for, everything that I prayed for. I can't believe I found a love like yours. When I call on you, you're right on time, so I don't have to worry. 'Cause it always you save someone like me. In my darkest days, you give me the grace to see another day. All that I can say, thank you for your love. I am
singing songs. I'd fall asleep in the worship when mumsy brought me along. She'd wake me up in the service and tell me don't do no wrong. Sit there looking all nervous, yeah, that's the life that I'm from. But I stay grateful for all them lessons. I'm in sessions guessing where I would be without all the blessings. It was tough hearing the reverend pray my dad up into heaven, but still we move cause this legacy that we step in. I just came from Ghana, flew out with all of my brethren. Had to toast to the forefathers, the legends. Sacrifices, progression, put that culture into my message. Way back we were stressing, now it's 12 us as we rested. Man, God is good, gotta thank him way in advance. Cause even when I'm in valleys, he brought me out of the dark. I'm looking back on my life, I've come too far. But God ain't finished yet, so I keep him close to my heart. Man, I'm blessed.
Yes, we are feeling on top of the world. Wasn't that great?
Yeah.
Was that great? That was the UK representing
Yes,
China
yes.
and Governor B. Check them out on social media. Wow. And there's so many more great artists just like them. So look, we're going to share some more in a bit. Monica?
Yeah. Well, actually, you know, we have a little message that's, we're actually getting ready for our next panel. And Carol is going to tell you who the hosts are for this panel coming up. But what I want to say is if we could come up, Aaron, with a message, I think from someone special from the radio.
Family, it's your nephew Willie Moore Jr., encouraging you to tune in to the virtual summit. Yes, the International Gospel Music Summit. It's happening Friday the 2nd. Yeah, and it's going to be a big, big, big event. Shout out to Monica Butler, Lynn Woods, and all of the others who will be participating. Make sure that you don't meet me there. Beat me there.
All right.
Oh, I like that.
Willie Moore Jr.
Meet me there.
That's right. That's right.
I'm going to take that one.
All right. All right. Go ahead and let's introduce the next thing.
Yes. Now we're coming up to our live panels. But listen, look on your screen. Touch the arrow. Go see who's online. Aaron, can you put everyone on the screen just for 1 minute so we can see who's on screen? Check out the faces, everyone. See who's watching with you. Message them, get to know them. That is what this is all about. It's not just about the people you know. It's about reaching out to people that you don't know, that are in the industry. Introduce yourself. Hey, my name is Carol. This is what I do. I saw you on the Zoom. What do you do? So listen, let's make connections. Can you take that slide down and put everyone on screen so I can see everyone's faces?
Yay. That's good. Hey, Aaron, somebody need to get a picture of everybody. If you all come
there you go.
Look, if you got a mask, where's my favorite mask at? Where's my mask?
Hey, does everyone have their mask? Let's see your mask. Come on, put your masks on, everyone.
Where's my mask? Here's my international summit mask. Put your mask on. Let's show everybody that we
Can you do some screenshots? Come on, you guys. Wait. And if you scroll across, you can see who else is on.
Yeah, let's take a picture of this one group, and then we'll take a picture of the next group. Okay, so nobody's gonna do it. I'll do it.
Screenshots, everyone. Screenshots.
Let me get my camera ready.
We are in compliance.
First group. I got it. I'm going to the next group.
And hey, while she's taking the picture, if you want your International Summit mask, contact Marion. She's online. Contact Marion and she will make your mask. She'll even put your name on it. So inbox Marion to get your International Summit mask. Thanks, Marion.
I'm almost done. Oh, we got a lot of people out here.
Yes. It's good to see you all.
I'm so excited. So, okay, so here's the thing. So Carol and I are hosting, as you can see, you can put that beautiful slide back up. Carol and I are hosting, but I will say that, you know, and Johnny Sanders on here, if you all know, if we were hosting like really for real and we were there, I would have changed like 3 or 4 times.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you know, I'm wardrobe change queen. So I just figured, you know, since I can't change like that, I can change up masks. You know, this is my Michelle Obama mask. See what I'm saying? So see, I got to show y'all, you know, then I got my beautiful mask with the jewels. So I'm gonna have to change up. So when y'all see my mask change and I just come on while Carol talking, know that that's my wardrobe change. We're having a great time.
We are having a wonderful time. And look, in like 2 minutes, our panel is going to start navigating the gospel music industry. Now, if you have a question that you have not already submitted, pop it in the chat box. Keep it brief so that we can read it and respond. We may not get to everyone's questions today, but we'll do the best that we can. Our 2 wonderful moderators are Lynn Woods. Lynn is the president of Inspired Media LLC. And brother Steve Harris. He is a TV producer, a radio personality, and also the president and CEO of Brother Steve Enterprises. We are getting ready to hand over to Lynn and Brother Steve, and they will introduce our panelists today. We're going to have a wonderful time. If you're on social media watching this on Facebook, Instagram, if you hear something that you've not heard before, give us some hearts. If you hear something that you're familiar with or you've heard before, give us a thumbs up. Let's interact and put your questions in the messenger or in the chat and we will get back to you. We are handing over to Lynn and Brother Steve.
Okay, everybody. I hope everybody can hear me out there. Can everybody, Carol, how you doing out there? Carol, out there. Juliet, can you hear me out there? Y'all can hear me out there? Okay, we're waiting for Lynn Woods to come on.
Yes, Steve, we can hear you.
Okay, great. We're waiting for Lynn Woods to come on. We are excited about this panel from Hollywood, California. Brother Steve is in the house, and we want to give respect and homage to our chairman and president of the International Gospel Summit, Miss Carol Crawford, is in the house. So y'all give her some thumbs up. Let me see some words inside the panel there. Let me see some words inside the panel. Anson Dawkins is in the house. Everybody's up there. Give me some thumbs up out there for those people who are watching right now. We're going to go into the chat room. Hello, there we go. We got some hands up. We got some wonderful words out there. People are shaking things up out there. Waiting for Lynn Woods to come on the line. So
I'm already
get ready to crank up our panel.
Can you hear me?
Now we hear you. Lynn's on the beach. What? Lynn's on the beach.
I will.
All right, I'm gonna turn it over to Lynn so she can introduce our panel. And we have about what is it? An hour? 45 minutes or so, or what? So let's go ahead and have a good time.
Steve.
Yes, ma'am.
First, we're supposed to briefly introduce ourselves, and if you got anything else to add about yourself and a little bit about your life and how you got to do what you do. Short paragraph.
Yeah, we can do that. Okay. Well, you want to go first, Lynn? I'll let you go first, Lynn.
Oh, you will? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Lynn Woods, and I am a family entertainment and faith-based editor and writer, voiceover artist, and children's book author with a syndicated radio background. Also worked at Warner Brothers Records, Urban Network Digital, and Urban Network, which is an industry publication, as their editor and editor-in-chief for the gospel department. Now, some of the folks in the UK may remember this if you're old enough. When I did, Steve knows about this. Remember when we used to do it, when I did the Inside Gospel, Steve?
You calling me old? Yes, we know Inside Gospel.
And so that aired over in the UK. So that some people from the UK probably still remember that. But yeah, syndicated radio, voiceover, children's book author, content manager and editor for websites, and a bunch of other stuff that I'm not going to go into about me, but I have been involved in radio or gospel music entertainment since the 90s. So that's just a little bit about me. Let's see, we're going to go to the panelists and have them do a brief introduction of themselves as well. Let's start with, is it Chili Baby?
Chili.
Nope, not over there. Anson.
Anson's in the house.
Unmute yourself.
Right, I'm unmuted. All right.
Yeah, Anson's one of those artists that I interviewed when we were doing Urban Network too.
Yep, I remember it. In fact, I remember Inside Gospel getting an actual record at home. My mom probably still has it from one of our interviews on there. So, but Anson Dawkins from Dawkins and Dawkins, been involved in the industry since I think our first project came out in '93. So we've been plugging away, and we've taken our little hiatuses, and now we are about to come out with something new. So excited about that. But artist, writer, producer. Now I'm a worship pastor as well. So been doing a lot of stuff in the industry, and been enjoying my time. It is very challenging, at the same time very rewarding. It teaches you a lot about yourself, but that's who I am. I'm just an artist and love gospel, love Jesus more than anything else, and hope this is going to be a great panel. We have some great information. I'm looking to hear some stuff too. So.
Oh, Anson, real quick, who are some of the folks that you have produced so they know? Because I know, but maybe they don't know.
Lexi. Done some production with Commission, with Fred Hammond involved in his first project, Trinity 5-7, Michelle Williams, also Gene Moore, Zael. So it goes on and on. You may be a lot more familiar with some of the stuff that my brother's been doing. So he's doing, very involved with a lot more mainstream pop, R&B, and stuff like that. So, but if you heard any of the really good stuff, he's probably involved with it. So writing and production on that end.
Oh, okay. Tiffany, introduce yourself. Tell us about you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Trying to make sure. Tiffany Binion Mangum, I am from California, independent artist here, specifically in Central California. Have released a couple of projects, excited. I'm here to learn and to absorb and to share and network. Glad to be here. Greetings to you all. I pray you are staying safe and well.
Oh, thank you, Tiffany. Yeah, I used to live in California. That's when we were doing the Inside Gospel and the Urban Network. We used to have those conferences out there. I don't know if you've ever been to any of those big industry conferences. Okay, thank you. Reginald. Yoo-hoo. Unmute yourself, Reginald.
I am hoping there's another Reginald on here. I know nothing about being a panelist on today. I am very close to First Lady Carol Crawford Danner,
So I'm just sitting in today. I'm in the process of working on some of my own music. Production has been very, very long due to my lengthy and challenging work schedule, but I'm just inspired to be here today and listen in and gain some helpful information on moving forward.
Very, very good. All right, Lady T.
Hey, Lynn, listen, I'm sorry, let me let you all see me.
Okay.
Hey, Brother Steve, everybody. So what we want to do, we want to get on track. So we want to definitely talk to the people that's on this panel.
Okay.
And everybody else, if you're not on the panel, just turn your camera off. That way we won't even get confused. Just turn your camera off. We're only talking to the people that are on the panel at this time.
Okay.
And the host is Lynn and Brother Steve. God bless.
Hey, Monica, let's call out the names of our panelists again so that everybody can make sure we're all on the same panel, like myself. Always Monica and Carol can always
the names of the panel again.
All right, thank you. Okay. Thank you guys so much. So the Navigating the Gospel Music Industry panel is Terry Mendheim, Amy Bentley, Lady T in the UK, O'Neill Dennis in the UK, and Aldina Lee. Thank you.
So everybody else, if you could please turn your camera off. Turn your camera off. Thank you so much. Just only the people that are on.
Okay. We were going to go with Lady T.
All right, let's go on.
Oh, I thought I said Lady T.
Hi, everyone.
Oh,
Can you hear me? I'm here. Can you hear me okay? Is everything I'm good? All right, okay, cool. So, yes, hello, everybody. My name is Lady T. I am from the UK, based in London. It's absolutely great to be here. Thank you so much for Carol for the invitation to do this. So real quickly, a little bit about me. I am a radio presenter or radio personality, as you guys call it in America. And I've been doing that for good, it was actually 13 years this year, which has been fantastic. I've worked for a couple of big radio stations. So I used to work for the BBC here in the UK, but in Oxford, where I was usually based. And then I went to work for Premier Gospel, which is one of the biggest radio stations in London when it comes to gospel music. And you know, we've had a lot of great artists from the US pass through as well, which has been fantastic. So I guess anybody from that side, they've pretty much been to the UK, and I've got to speak to them, interview them, had crazy time with them. And then currently I've just started so I left Premier Gospel and I am now a new radio station, brand new radio station. It's called Affinity Extra. It's really based on gospel music of Black origin. So it's absolutely fantastic, fresh new sound. Yeah, it's amazing. And then also, it's quite a lot of things. I also do a TV presenting as well. And I've just, I'm now one of the new directors for GMIA, which we might talk about a little bit later, Gospel Music Industry Alliance, which Juliet, who's one of the other panelists, is a part of. And I've been recently made the chairperson, so it's quite a big role. So chairperson for that, and but I'll explain a bit more about GMIA and what we're going to be doing and a bit later. And yeah, and can I just quickly say something? When I just realized that Anson Dawkins was on the panel, I was like, oh my God, to think that I played a lot of their music whilst I was a Premier and BBC, and you know, just to see him on the panels was like, I'm a bit fangirling right now. So, but yeah, we'll put that to the side. But it's great to be here. So thank you so much for the opportunity. It's great. Look forward to it.
Oh, thank you, Lady T. Let's go to Terry. Terry. Unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening to everybody in the UK. My name is Terry Mendheim, and I want to thank Carol Crawford and Monica for putting this event together. and our host for today, Sister Lynn and Brother Steve Harris. I've been around for a while, so I remember the days of Lynn and your publications. I remember Steve Harris and his videos from back probably in the 90s, I think, at least late 90s. I've worked in radio as an announcer, program director for about 15 years. I segued out of that and I found myself into radio promotions. And I like to thank the people who helped me get started. First being Brett Keller. Some of you may know who he is. He helped me tremendously. Bonita Bellamy, she helped me because she gave me some of the most sound advice. She says, Terry, don't pay to get your music played. And so I want to thank her and Ebony Funderburk, even though as they were interns, and I met them when I was programming radio, and they came to me for assistance. They later down the line was a great help to me. So again, thank you, Carol. Thank you, Monica, and let's get it started.
All right, let's go to Timmy.
And Amy?
Timmy Dolan. Oh.
Hi. I'm sorry. I thought that I was on the next panel, but I'm here, so I'm happy to be on this panel.
Oh, okay. Join in.
I'm joining in here. If you don't mind, I'm gonna put my earbuds back in so I have a little better quality.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Timmy Dolan, and I am the membership and project manager of the Pacific Northwest chapter of the Recording Academy. So the Recording Academy, I think most people know us by the Grammy Awards, of course, but this organization is so much more than that. And the Recording Academy is actually a not-for-profit organization that represents diversity of music makers, professionals, and we focus on service, advocacy, and recognition of arts and crafts and music. And I think there's a bit of a misconception that our membership is just made up of probably, you know, the multi-million-dollar major label recording artists. But the truth is most of our members are actually independent musicians and engineers and producers and professionals from across genres, including gospel and contemporary Christian, and across crafts like writers, producers, engineers, and people who work behind the scenes supporting musicians such as myself. We really have, in addition to the Grammy Awards, we have a lot of other focus, including advocacy, education, and service. So we have things such as the Music Cares, which provides support to anyone in the industry. You don't even have to be a member, for short-term financial assistance, addiction recovery, personal needs, rent, car payments, insurance. Actually, recently, you know, during everything that's happened with COVID, we've had a COVID relief fund and have been really active with that, providing more than 23 million actually in aid in the last 7 months of the pandemic to more than 26,000 people. And like I said, a lot of those people aren't even necessarily members. We also do a lot of advocacy, and I wanna give a shout out to one of our best and most prolific members, Miss Yolanda Adams, who's actually just named this last week as the co-chair of the Academy's National Advocacy Committee. And so one thing that she has been doing in that role is working alongside our advocacy team that's based in Washington, D.C. And it's actually a whole committee that's comprised of leading performers, producers, songwriters, studio engineers, and they're working to determine specific policy positions, the Recording Academy, just to advance interests of music, the music industry in general. So things like the Save Our Stages Act or other bills that provide financial relief, particularly because so many of us that work in the industry are independent artists and maybe didn't necessarily fall under some of the categories that originally got support, for instance, from a lot of things happening with COVID. And then of course we have members, we have so many members, and that's one of the things that I do in my role is help bring in new members into the Recording Academy. And I'll actually drop some links in the chat if anyone's interested in more information on that.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Timmy. Let's go to O'Neill Dennis.
Hi. Can everyone hear? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you so much to the organizers, the Carol and the team for having me on. Really appreciate it. My name is O'Neill Dennis. I am the founder and the operations manager for an organization here in London, UK, called A Step Forward. So that's A Step FWD for Forward. And this organization also runs the UK Christian Chart, which is the only national independent music charting system for Christian and gospel artists here in the UK. So it's a pretty substantial deal, certainly to our team, and we know also to the UK scene. We started in 2014, so we're still consider ourselves new kids on the block, so to speak. But nonetheless, we've done a substantial amount of research, and we've really been amassing a great wealth of talented individuals working with us. So the UK Christian Chart is a fan-voted system, but it also is based on industry professionals. So the judging panel, for example, consists of over 150 industry professionals, or what we call influencers or pundits. They weigh in every month on the releases, and then there's also a fan-based or a people-based network, a public voting system. So it's a pretty robust mechanism, which has processed going close to 2,500 songs in its existence, and is averaging a substantial number of releases per month. This month, for October, we've seen over 100 music submissions, which is pretty substantial for us here in the UK, in that you're averaging at 3 tracks per month. So that's a pretty big deal. Our system is really built to serve everyone. So the website, astepforward.com, serves everyone in the world. The UK Christian Chart is ring-fenced to tracks that have a UK element to them, but that's been expanded. Starting in a couple of months, there are some things that we're working on to incorporate more. So I'm really excited to be here, looking forward to hearing from the other panelists, very esteemed panelists, and also to see what we can offer and what we can talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, O'Neill. It's going to be great hearing more about that charting system, since it's relatively different from the ones that we have here. Let's go to Amy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, Amy.
Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Carol and Brother Steve, for having me on, as well as the viewers. My name is Amy Bentley. I'm the CEO of Bentley Booking and Brand Management. It's a brand management and booking firm. I'm based out of the United States, and I work with both artists, entertainers, different talents, as well as representing the buyers. And I'm super honored to be here. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you. Now let's go to Aldina.
Hello. Thank you so much, Carol and team, for having me. My name is Aldina Lee. I'm the CEO of AB Washington and Associates. We have over 2 decades of business management experience, and we're happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to
Huh?
I
think that's everybody.
No, wait a minute. No, there's Kevin, Danae, and Carmina left.
On the panel?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go to Danae then.
Hi, everyone. I didn't even know I was on the panel, but greetings from Los Angeles, California. I am the CEO of Dig It Graphic Marketing Agency. And I've been in the industry for a while, anywhere from producing to now doing marketing. So for artists, working on a couple of projects right now and a documentary for an organization on the coast. So that's about it for now. Thank you, guys.
Oh, okay. Let me see who's left on the panel because I'm calling.
No, I think, Leah, I think that's all of them. That's
Is
all
that
the
everybody?
panelists. Yeah, because we have the other panelists for the second half at
Okay.
12 o'clock noon. So we want to, do all the panelists, and so we can crank this up because we had about 57 minutes left. I just want to, I'll introduce myself real quick, and like to see everybody there. I know they want you to mute your screen. If you want to mute your screen, great. If you don't, if you want to see your face or whatever, we want to see your response. We want to see your reaction. Everybody, we know who our panelists are. We got the list. We're ready to rock and roll and make this joker happen. Have a good time. We've got a legend. We got a legend with us right now. We've got a legend, and I can honestly say this, and I actually say this out of respect, is Lynn Woods. Lynn Woods is a radio legend. She's a writing machine. She's a guru. So if I were you, I would go into the chat box right now, request her information, because she's still got it. The things that Lynn is getting ready to do is incredible. And I can't talk about it, but that is a legend, and I'm so very grateful to be on this panel. Lynn, I feel sorry that I can't run back upstairs to my room real quick and then go to the lobby and pass out some DVDs and some business cards, because this is a virtual situation right here. So, like we tell everybody on all the virtual conferences, whatever you do, don't stand up, all right? So we're not going to stand up on here. Let me go into my introduction. I want to welcome everybody to the International Gospel Music Summit. Thank you to our chairman, CEO, and president, Carol Crawford, and our executive director of operations. We call director of operations is Monica Butler, and the whole crew. Thank you, Aaron, and everybody. I'm just glad to see y'all. I'm going to say my introduction real quick, and I'm going to try to do my introduction in less than 25 minutes so we can be out the way and just crank this panel up with some good, juicy questions. I'm Brother Steve from Hollywood, California, celebrating over 4 decades in the entertainment industry. You've seen my work on ABC, Fox, NBC, CBS. We worked on most television shows, the Image Awards, Essence Awards, Motown 40 for ABC. I did the Miss Collegiate African American pageant, the Lou Ross Parade, the Stars, independent productions, TV shows, radio. Been in the gospel music industry about 3.5 decades here in Hollywood, California. Still producing television, radio, and media as well. Serve as a media consultant. Some of the biggest artists in gospel music I've worked with as well. And I work with independent artists. My thing is one thing: give people an opportunity, give people a chance, no matter who you are. If you on radio, I don't care if I get 2 people listening to me on radio, I'm gonna play somebody's record, I'm gonna play somebody's song, because it's about the ministry. My neighbor down the street, my late great neighbor, who was literally my neighbor down the street from where I live, is the late great Pastor Andre Crouch. And as they always say, if you can whistle a melody, you have a hit. And one thing about me, I'm a whistle a melody and I can have a hit. So if your song is a hit, you can whistle the melody and your song will be a hit. Understand one thing, I'm grateful to be here. We've got a great panel. I'm going to put my information inside the chat box right now. Welcome to everybody in the UK. I know it's nighttime over there, so this is a nighttime live. And what I'm going to do on this panel today, I'm going to give out my website to the musicbizonline.com. Most of you know me from my DVD, Understand the Music Business. Now you can take my classes online and my online course, the musicbizonline.com. People are registering for that class. I have a voiceover class and 17 other websites to give information, training, and things that help people. If you are, and let me say this in my introduction, if you are not taking advantage of this pandemic, then that's on you. This is the greatest time in the world. God knows what he's doing. This is the Gospel Music Summer, so we're going to say God. If it wasn't a Gospel Music Summer, I'm going to still say God. God knows what he's doing. Take advantage of everybody you see on this panel and make sure you get connected to what God is doing. If you don't come out of this pandemic with something new, fresh, and exciting, that's on you, all right? 2020 is the greatest year of my life. We're going to make things happen. And what I'm going to do for everybody on this panel right now, if you are watching me here, send me a message in the inbox. I'm going to say hello, everybody. I'm put my information in. I'm giving you my phone number, my email. You can reach me. You can call me. Go on my website. And I'm going to give away 4 trips to Hawaii today on this panel. 4 trips to Hawaii. I'm giving away 4 trips to Hawaii or Vegas. That's right. Don't blink. Don't sneeze. I'm giving away 4 trips. And Aldina, no, she know I can do that. And Amy too, no, I can do that. I'm going to give away 4 trips to Hawaii on this panel because we're going to see. I talked to somebody yesterday. Said I want to get into the music business. I said I'm going to find out in 12 minutes and 18 seconds how serious you are. Guess what? He did it in 6 minutes. He's getting a trip to Hawaii. So everybody who joins my music school today, gonna get a trip to Hawaii, and you got a whole 2 years use, okay? Lynn, let's crank this thing up. Let's talk about, and I'm gonna just throw some questions out there because we've got Aldina, who's a money guru expert, and I have to see how you want to talk about it. I say, somebody send me, I'm very interested. I'm gonna hook up here. We're gonna hook you up and get you connected, okay? If you want to get your money together, see Lynn. If you want to get your music over there to the UK, see Lady T, see Dennis. If you're trying to get hooked up, and we're going to give respect to Timmy, you know, she's on our panel with us today. Get connected with the Recording Academy. It's great. It's wonderful. Amy, if you need to book your artist, get yourself connected. Terry's got information. We've got a great panel of people. And let me just say this to the panelists, and Lynn's going to jump in with us. In this pandemic, what can artists do to help them get sales, airplay? Right now, there is no showcase. Right now, there is no go to a gospel music conferences, and then after you go to a gospel music conference, then you get to sing your song for 10 minutes, then you take your CD and put it in the bag. I got so many bags. I got bags stacked up in my garage. I'm giving bags away for all these conferences. But you know what I do? Come on down there. You know what I'm doing. But what I do, I go to the homeless camp. If you go to the homeless camp out here in Hollywood, California, by my house in Chatsworth, Porter Ranch area, you're going to see them walk around with gospel music industry t-shirts. I make t-shirts. You got to be creative, people. I make a t-shirt with my logo on it and my website. Make it lime green, get them printed, brand new, and give them out. Make them 2Xs. That way you can wear them to bed. You can sleep in them. You can get up, do whatever you want to. And I give them to homeless people. Why? Because if you pushing a cart all day long, that's a mobile billboard for me. You got to be creative, people. You got to do something to make stuff happen. Push your stuff out there. Take these tote bags. Don't just sit on the information. Use the information. To the panel, Anson is one of the greatest gospel artists out there. I'm glad he's still here. Some of them people work, and I ain't mad at you. Some people working at Walmart and Dairy Queen. You got to do what you got to do. I know an artist yesterday. He said, I'm an artist." Well, he wasn't really gospel. He's an artist, but he's a police officer. I had somebody the other week said, "I work for so-and-so with the music industry, but my day job is working for the train station." You got to do what you got to do. So to the artists out there, and Lynn, jump in with this, to the artists out there, what can we do to get airplay? What are you doing creatively to get airplay? Answer, you can jump in. Aldina can come up with how you need to handle your money. And then Amy can jump in and say how you can be creative and book yourself. Because ain't nobody going nowhere. You see the news, the president done got corona. His wife, you wake up, folks, wake up, saints. You got to do something creative. So I'm gonna let that question go. What can we do?
You know, Brother Steve, I did something creative during this season. I can say that just recently, let me put my face back up here, because we need you all to join in. I mean, this is an interactive section, but what I did was
unmute yourself, Monica.
Can you still hear me? I know I'm muted, but you should hear me through Carol's mic.
I hear you now.
Okay, so what I did creatively was I actually purchased a park. And in my area, we had an old park that had been sitting and dormant. So I purchased a park. I started creating a walking trail, a bike trail, a prayer area. And in our area, we also had some other some bad things that happen in our area. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. You know, we have young people getting murdered and things of that sort. And so I just wanted to create something that was more of a peace area where people could come and just kind of rebuild their resilience and just step out and do something differently. you know, outside of showcasing gospel music and bringing people together and doing the things I normally do, I just wanted to do something a little different. And Lynn, our host, her nephew, who was like her son, was murdered. And so to have these type of things and doing something different where you could focus on different things, it just allowed us to be able to step into another arena of doing something differently. So with these questions, you all, I'm jumping in. I just want you all to come on in. You know, this is the time where we need to get together and talk about these things and talk about the exciting things we're doing. We're excited to be here. So just wanted to pump you all out before Carol come in and share everything and say, come on, y'all, get up here. So while I still got her on a blank screen, I just wanted to come in and share a little bit of that. So go ahead, Brother Steve and Lynn, with the question.
Basically, what Brother Steve wanted someone to chime in on is to give any suggestions as to what you think the artist should do or can do to pivot, navigate this pandemic. Like he said, venues are shut down. You can't go performing in different places, and you're limited in terms of your money's being cut. So what should you do? Any suggestions on that? Any creative suggestions outside of the norm?
Go ahead, Anson and Amy.
One of the things that we're doing is it's very interesting because as we've been we've had a little gap, another gap between our projects, and one of the things that we've been trying to maneuver is that we have some older fans that are, you know, have been waiting for what we're going to do, but then we have some, we want to gather some new folks in as well. So social media, of course, is a part of what we're doing, whether we're doing lives or whether we're doing listening events, that kind of thing, which is one of the things that we're planning on doing. But we have to, the creative aspect of it is that we have to have a social media presence prior to. Honestly, it's like you have to build all this, you have to get all this momentum going in order for people to really be able to lock into what you're doing. I think one of the worst things that we can do is to just swear off of social media and to decide that's not, I'm gonna figure out a different way, because this is pretty much the only way that you're gonna get out right now. Whether it be we've seen Fred have some concerts, we've seen Kirk do his thing, we've seen a lot of these other artists that are staying very busy. They have an easier time doing it. This is going to be a little more challenging for Dawkins and Dawkins, because we've got our fan base, but in being able to create some more fans, some more friends that we're going to be able to have buy into what we're doing, we're going to have to rely on a lot of our relationships with other artists and with people like Lynn and Steve that are going to be able to, which is one of the things that I feel like is so important, relationships that we don't think about outside of, we think about the creative aspects. We got to write good music. We got to have, we got to be dressed right. Everything's got to look right. But relationships, to me, are one of the most important things that we have. And you have to have them before you need them. Mm-hmm. You have to try to develop those things before you need them. So the best time to have a friend is before you need it. Wow. Because when you get to that point when you need it, you're gonna have to try to figure out who is it. But we have some good relationships, and we're gonna utilize them. We're gonna utilize them very much throughout this process. So, and as if you contact us as we're kind of going along, you have questions and stuff. Again, we're learning as we go as well.
I want to jump in real quick before Aldina and Amy goes, to say this to the people out there watching. That was an incredible answer. Let me say this, because I know this is going to fire up Amy, what I'm getting ready to say, and Aldina's going to kill it when she comes back right behind Amy. But let me say this. There is 15 million people out there who don't know who you are. Let that soak in. 15 million people who don't know who you is.
Mm-hmm.
So every day I wake up, I need to meet some more peoples. I need to be out there doing some more stuff.
Right.
You know, you got to be, you know, I got a friend of mine, one of my friends, he goes out and sings at the convalescent homes.
Wow.
With his guitar, his microphone, and his speaker. Do you know that's a full-time job, ladies and gentlemen? Now there is a budget in place. He gets paid now to go to convalescent homes full-time. And don't trick yourself. Grandma Sally, don't let her trick you. She may be on that walker, but she may have 100 grand in her bank account to buy all your little CDs. We got to be creative, people. I'm working on a new film, 2 TV shows. I'm putting artists' music in some soundtracks where I can, but you got to be creative. You can do voiceovers. I put the link inside the chat. Do voiceovers. Sit at home, people, and do voiceovers with your voice. You get paid. How many artists on this panel, not panel, that's watching? We've got 67 people watching. How many of you that your vocal cords are insured?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Brother Steve, I just wanted to say something quick. You talked about the voiceovers. I'm a member of SAG-AFTRA, and we've been having these sessions online too, talking about how to be creative and what to do during the pandemic, because a lot of the people that were in TV and film, you know, and folks that were doing voiceover work, they were out of work. Mm-hmm. So
what film? What TV?
Yeah, so that was one of the things that we talked about, being creative and doing voiceovers. And a lot of them now, they're doing them, they do them online, they do the auditions online with the casting directors and send it to them. So a lot of the stuff is being done online. They're being very creative with it. Stuff we used to go in person and do, now we just record and send it in, and then you wait to hear back from the folks to see if you got the gig or not. One thing that I wanted to ask whoever wanted to, Amy, you want to jump in before I say something?
Yeah, well, just to piggyback off of what everyone else was kind of saying, I think that's important to draw a distinction. If we were to talk about what you can do for a brand at this time, there's so much. This is the land of opportunity and the time for innovation. You know, if we're speaking specifically in regards to booking, each state has different laws, and within each state, there's different districts. And so it's important to know which states are allowing what and how many people and what venues. But I think it is important to mention that there are still events going on. Outdoor events, churches are having outdoor events, coffee shops, lounges. We're not seeing the mass events, festivals and things as such. However, many states have ordinances where you can have up to 250 people, you know, at a gathering, and as long as they have masks and they're protected following COVID regulations. So I think it is important to say that there is hope. You know, it hasn't all the way gone away. I have a booking this on the 30th, you know, that is going to be in Atlanta, you know, and that's a live event. So I think I would like to encourage the artists in that way. As far as non-live events and commitments, I think that's a changing landscape, and we're all kind of learning what that's going to look like. However, live streaming, cross-marketing with other artists, getting on your IG and doing a live, you can do that with another artist, and that way it brings in more people. You know, direct to marketing. So piggybacking off of what was said earlier, growing your audience has never been more crucial than now, because you can interact with your audience directly and you can contact them directly and say, hey, I'm having a private party at this location. Hey, I'm having a private dinner. You can come meet me. We can engage with each other. Just coming up with you know, different ideas and different ways to engage with the audience, but it's definitely going more towards digital, and the landscape is changing, you know, very quickly. So I think those that are working on this end of things, you know, we're gaining knowledge and understanding what can be done, so that you can put legs and arms around that and do some really awesome things.
And I just wanted to jump in and follow up on Amy. Everything she said is very important as far as how you cross market, and the gentleman who spoke before about relationships. you have to look also what's going on within your community. He said something very important to where I think a lot of you, where you say, oh, I'm not going to do, Facebook or Instagram, right there is your moneymaker. Because if you know more than one person on Facebook, they become your mouthpiece and your marketing, even like what Steve said, t-shirts. You need to put yourself out there, take a chance. Another thing, what I also noticed too, is that you need a marketing plan. You're sitting there, you're thinking, oh, what can I do? What can I do? On Google a marketing template. They have lots of ideas on how you can get started, and you can put in digital marketing and see what it comes up with, and get out there. Don't just sit back and wait, because like Steve said, now is the time to set yourself up. We are going to this new way in our version. And think of it this way. The holidays are coming. Who is not going to want to have some type of musical person and or event attached to their holiday? Families are probably going to be doing the internet. You can create a whole show behind all of that. So don't just wait, and you can charge and be reasonable. You may be that, $5,000 and up artist. Well, this is the internet. People are not necessarily coming, but you can make your prices where it's comfortable for some people to go ahead and hire you. And constantly, you have to stay out there in the public's eye, no matter what.
Oh, also, Aldina, you talked about marketing plans. You can also go to places like Pinterest and get a social media template for social media marketing plan and work it that way too. And
our company, we're going to talk more, but we do the business management, the marketing, and we look for grant funding. And I do want to share this with all of you out there too. There are grant funds out there for artists. I've seen them. I don't necessarily look that way because my clientele so far has been, healthcare, but I've seen the grant fundings out there. And during this pandemic, there is lots of funding out there for artists, for healthcare, for, this and that, mentoring, education, you name it. The funding is out there and it's readily available. It's about how you position yourself. And we're in this. We don't know how long, but take this time to get yourself ready.
Hey, Lynn,
I would like to I'm sorry. Just real quick off what she said. As far as the funding and grants, yes, that was wonderful. That is absolutely true. And so in order to do that, you would need to incorporate yourself as a LLC, or make sure your brand is into a business. And then you can qualify for all of those business grants and loans, and try to apply for those things as well. So now's a good time to make sure that you're crossing that off, so you can qualify for that. That was great.
But Amy, I also want to caution them. They need to really take the time to understand what business structure they plan on being. That's very important. And we haven't necessarily given the introduction of what AB Washington is all about, but we start with your business startup. So you really would be thought of as a business startup. You can either be an LLC or a corporation, but with that, you have to look at the tax implications, because by the time people come to us, they have all these tax issues going on, and we're trying to help straighten things out. Besides doing the business management, the executive consulting, we also do the taxes.
I want to say this to Lynn, and Lynn can help me pose this question to our UK artists. But before I do that, let me put Amy on blast. Amy just said something powerful, you all. Amy said she's booking people in safe zones. So wake up, church. She's booking people in safe zones. So hit the inbox. And to put Aldina on blast, she didn't say it, but I'm always tell Aldina's business. We call her around here the $100 million woman, because she's the one that's gotten $100 million worth of grants to companies and businesses and major corporations. So if you're not taking advantage of this, you got to jump in. Lynn, I'm going to ask you, you'll probably know how to pose this question better. The difference between US gospel and UK gospel. And I'll let Lynn kind of pose that to our UK team. I mean, are y'all dealing with the corona over there? I mean, y'all over there grinning, O'Neal. and Lady T over there grinning. So, you
What
know, it's
corona?
like,
What corona?
you know, I mean, are we dealing with the UK? Are we dealing with, you know, I mean, do we still need to hire somebody to help us get our music on the radio? Lynn, help me out work this with Lady T and O'Neill.
Oh, are you trying to find out how different is it for them to like market, not market, but yeah, I guess promote their music to online radio, to terrestrial radio, and how does an artist get their music to you at this time?
Correct.
Lady T, you want to jump in first?
Wow, of course you are. You would say that.
Okay, now Lady T now she's been here for 2 hours. Now she getting frozen. Go ahead, Lady T.
Oh no, am I frozen? Oh no, no.
And Timmy, I'm still waiting on my tickets, Timmy, to the Grammys. Okay, to the virtual Grammys, Timmy. So hold on, Timmy. All right.
Yeah, well, virtual. That's the key word, right?
Go ahead, Lady T.
Okay, it says my internet's been unstable, so I'm going to try and do this as quickly as possible. Okay, so in terms of marketing and promoting artists in the UK, yes, it is a little bit difficult. I mean, there's so many ways that people are trying to promote and market themselves. I mean, you guys were talking about what things that artists can do now in terms of promoting themselves, and you know, there's no gigs, there's no live things, or what they can do. An artist that I work with, it was just like literally one day it was just like, you know what, I want to do something live, I want to put this kind of event on, and he did it. And what was great about it, he actually got that sponsored. He actually got his event sponsored, and when I look at some of the other live events or artists that are doing stuff, some of them don't have it sponsored, and it's just like, you know what, if you reach out to certain brands that you follow or that can work with you, they are likely to say yes. And when we did it, it was just like they said, yeah, let's do it. So it's definitely worth doing the virtual live things, and then if you want to charge for it, great, do it. If not, get people to donate, and people will actually donate. We found out people actually donated some money even though we didn't charge for it. So different things really will work, not just one thing. So you've got to try a bunch of things to continue to market yourself, promote your music, you know, to keep some coins coming in so that you can put food on the table. UK wise, marketing promotion, it's like, I don't know what Dennis is going to say on this, because it can be often challenging. That's definitely a thing. And I think most people do use the platforms that are available in the UK. So Step Forward is one of them. We have other great platforms. The guys from Vision Online TV, Andrew's here somewhere. They use that, and there's some up and coming ones that are there for marketing and promotion. But artists, I think they just find out what they think is good, like creative ways to promote themselves, and they do it. And you know, it can be I don't know, there's lots of different things that they do when it comes to promotion wise, and they use their social media to do just that. And they, you know, work with other brands and work with other artists to do just that. So it's kind of varied. You know, there's not just one formula for everything. People just try everything and anything and then see whichever works, and then they go for it. So yeah, music promo in the UK can be somewhat challenging. Wouldn't you say that, Dennis?
Yeah, definitely would agree with you. We see it's a problem worldwide, and I'm trying to be careful compared to some of the things I said on the panel last year when the summit was in London. I'm trying to be softer in my tone now, but we're all family here, right? We're all family. We're all family. Definitely want to pick up on something that Anton said, which I think was such a great point to start off with. In terms of, you know, just literally building relationships. And what I like about what he said, which I find is absolutely key, he said, not build it before you need it, before you even think you need it. And I think that is such a key point, because so many times we become transactional rather than relational. And that's a stumbling block for anyone, right? So please, 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 any artists on here that's listening, that point, I want you to remember that. Build relationships, never stop building relationships. Whether you know if you're going to need them or not makes no difference. We're all still Christians at the end of the day. We are still called to love. We're still called to support and encourage each other. So whether you are a musician or not, it still is a really, really good point. Something I want to share as well, to the point of just the marketing side of things. There's a few artists I know who have actually turned things around in tremendous ways here in the UK. What they did was they started to think about the experience rather than the product itself. They were focused on the experience. So what they did, they had different singles and they did have worship tracks and stuff like that. But they thought if you were sitting in your home, right, one track on a Spotify list or a Spotify playlist, you know, that just keeps rotating. But if they put some tracks together, literally tied it together with a little bit of talking in between, introducing themselves or sharing a word of wisdom or an opinion or whatever, they ended up with a 20-minute worship set. That worship was paid for by different churches who wanted to give their worship teams a break. They were making more money on those things than what they were making normally beforehand. You know, and just to pick up on something Lady T said as well, the sky's the limit. You know, the coronavirus took away all the restrictions, geographical restrictions, mental restrictions. We are only limited by how far we can think or how much scope we want to give ourselves, right? It's a matter of trying everything. But again, something that Aldina said and Amy, that plan is critical, because if you sit down and try to start mapping things out, you'll find that you'll stretch yourself. You'll think of things that you never even thought of before. So if you start a plan or having a plan, a marketing plan, a PR plan, a business plan, any plan is good to start off with, but you need a plan. And the final thing I'll end on in this segment is, please understand we're in a digital space. So again, it's a global space. You know, I have artists who send information or submissions into us from all over the world. And the first thing we do as humans, you go Google somebody, you go search for them. If I can't find you, what is the point? You know, you really have to make sure that the website, your social, your online presence is your calling card. If you don't have a footprint, then it's going to be difficult. It's almost like showing up to a gig that you invited me to, but you're not there, right? So please, 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 just remember that the digital footprint is so important, especially in these times, and the sky's the limit.
There's one more thing I wanted to add. There was really one quick thing I wanted to add about, you know, when Dennis and Anson talked about the, you know, building relationships builds loyalty as well. And when you are loyal, when you are building those relationships, the way that your fans, you have a dedicated loyal fan base, and that could be 100, 200. Those will be with you for through thick and thin. And, you know, more will come on, but relationship will always build loyalty, and you always have a dedicated fan base, and you need that. And you need at least 100 to 200 of those. When you have that, you are literally, you're singing. There was nothing that they will not do, or there was nothing they will not buy or support for you. So that relationship is so key, whether it's reaching out to them, some of them individually, or you talk or whatever it is, build that. It is so, so important. And especially now we're in a digital age, you need to do just that. And trust me, like that core fan base, their loyalty through and if we have another like third pandemic or whatever, they will still be with you.
Lady T, I think you said, Lady T said that perfect. That's perfect, Lady T. Lady T said that perfect. And I wanted to ask this real quick before Dennis jumps in. I'm going to break rank and ask Lynn to become a panelist for 30 seconds and then put the moderator hat back on, because we're right on this perfect track. I'm going to ask Lynn this question, and then I like Terry, he's an artist, and Timmy, just to say something about this. Lynn, and then Anson jump in. Terry, Timmy, and Anson. Years ago, we laughed at BDS charts. We laughed at internet radio. We laughed at, oh, my internet, oh, that you're cute. Now internet stations are getting major awards on award shows. Yes. Online is getting this. People laughed at me doing emails. Now they're calling me. Yeah. So it's like, we got to see, you know, what's going on with the trend of society. You think the growth of internet radio and BDS charts is impacting our music industry. You can have your stuff done right. Don't make a CD and don't have it registered properly so you don't get your chips. Because right now, artists are living off their chips, as Al Hobbs used to say, your chips right now. So while y'all marinate on that for like 1 minute answer, Lynn, she's the master of this. What 5 elements go into a press release? Wake up, church, because some of y'all can write your own press release and get picked up in Google search engines. But Lynn, people be putting stuff in there, giving out to God, and you know, I've been. Let's no stop. You know, we love the Lord. He heard my cry. We appreciate you, but I didn't ask you for a testimony. I asked you. Vicky McLatia, my mentor, told me one question years ago when she worked at Sparrow Records. What can you do that CC and BB is not already doing for me? Get ready, Timmy. Get ready, Terry. Get ready, Anson. What can you do that they're not already doing for me? So you got to ask yourself that question. If you are an artist, there's plenty of room for airplay. Plenty of room. You can't call her a Miss Barnett and get on her station, but she's online now. You may ask her, can you submit your stuff? But don't sound like you got a banjo and a guitar in the basement. You got production. The pandemic is real, Saints. Why? Because I went with my client, she's on this panel right now, the next panel, to buy a web camera. You can't even buy a web camera now. Web cameras are sold out. Web cameras and Lysol and toilet paper sold out. You got to be creative. Lynn, what 5 elements go into a press release that you can write and submit it on Facebook and YouTube? Just somebody say YouTube? Yeah, YouTube. Did y'all know YouTube is Google's little brother?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you know you can put your video, your little cute video up on YouTube?
All
and
right.
put your press release? Lynn, what goes in that press release?
And then we need to open up the session for questions. But basically, it's just who, what, when, where, how, why, that kind of thing. What's going on? When is it happening? The date, what's so special about it? Why should I come? And then at the end of it is telling us, how can I reach you? But they also tell a story.
There you go.
Tell a what?
Tell a story.
There you go.
Basic information, but tell a story, make me think, oh, that touches.
Lynn, I got a good CD.
Enna said that about emotions.
Lynn, I got a good CD.
Emotional experience.
Lynn, I got a new CD, and this the new best thing, just like Kirk Franklin's new record. And please play my record. Is that a story? Or was that
That's a statement.
That's a statement, yeah. You got to make me feel something. That didn't make me feel anything. Right, Dennis? Didn't make me feel anything.
Yeah.
It has to tell a story, make you feel something, but also give you the basic information you need to tell who you are, what the product is, when it's going to be available, tell the story in the middle, and then at the end, how can they get it? Who can they reach? How can they reach these folks? Those are the basics.
And just to jump in on that, if I can, Lynn, it's not even, you need to do that for the press release. But again, what I find some people misunderstand is, especially for blog sites or especially for any type of media, the format is important. So understand who you're sending to and what their format is.
Right.
Because it's pointless sending a country track to a reggae station, right? It probably will never get any play. So you need to understand the format of the station, which means that the artist has to do some research. I think too many times artists just assume that there's a catch-all for everything. It doesn't quite work that way. Every single platform has a format. And that's what those guys, that's their USP. That's what they're catering to. And if you're not considering that, then you're losing out on, what you can do. Another piece of advice I give, in addition to the press release, I say not just write 1, write 3. The reality is that what we're seeing, especially for our platform, is that we're getting 3 times the amount of correspondence coming in. 3 times the amount of, we can't keep up anymore. It's taking us days just to respond to people. So by the time you send that 1 press release in, we're having 10 other things going up on the same day. So yours is going to get lost in translation, not because we don't love you, even if you have loyalty and stuff, but just because we're consumed. So what I suggest is think campaign. Never just think, oh, it's out now, so go check it out. Think campaign, a duration, a period. So again, that comes down to that plan. Because if you think campaign, you're not thinking of a day, you're thinking of a couple of weeks. Which means that if you're thinking of a couple of weeks, one press release is not enough. Because I want to, if you tell me it's coming out, so I have notice, that means that if I miss it the first time, okay, that's fine. Then when it's coming out, you're telling me that week of it's coming out that, oh, you know what, it's going to be here. On the day of release, you can tell me, well, actually it is here, and then think post as well. So, oh, it came out last week and the momentum has been great. You know, I love the number 3 because, you know, that's the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. So everything I do is on 3s. Good rule to follow, think in 3.
Can I quickly jump in real quickly as well? So off the back of your press release of what Lynn and Dennis has said, the one thing for me, we have to remember that, and I think it's just me or everybody else, we have to remember that with everyone's visual, right? We are all visual beings. Now, for me, one thing that is likely to make me doubt whether your music is good or not is your visuals and how it's presented. So if your image is not professionally done, or you've taken your picture and you've copied and pasted it on something else, and I'm like, what is this? How, like, what effort did you go? How serious are you about your music? What, do you get what I mean? All these little things in my head start ticking. I'm like, okay, how is this presented? Like, this is not a great PR stuff. And then when you then read it, it's just like, why? I used to do artist management and sometimes do consulting. I said, me as a manager, there is no way I'm going to write a press release. I had to hire someone to go and do it. I said, I'm not, and I got it professionally done. And the amount of feedback and, you know, plays that we got because of that particular PR stuff, press pack we sent out, it was phenomenal. Even stations that I never thought would play the music were playing the songs. We've got interviews. And I'm just like, and Dennis said it, look at the stations that you are sending your music to. It is so, so important. Do your research, get help if you need to. But the visuals on your press pack has to be top notch, professionally done and set out. Use Canva if you have to, or get someone to write your PR, your press pack if you need to. But the visual is so, so important. Otherwise, that for me is almost like a turn off to not even want to listen to your music. And and 9 times out of 10, I'm right. Listen to the music. It's then like, okay. So yeah, so please make sure the visual is on point, because it makes a difference. It can make a difference. A lot
all of that too, you all are talking about the target and niche marketing, right?
Pardon?
Target, niche marketing.
Yeah.
Dennis was saying, know your audience, or know who you're sending your press releases and whatnot to. Now, I spend a lot of time writing press releases and bios. So it can be a tedious task. So if don't balk at the fact that you may have to pay a person to do a professional press release and bio. It will be.
Miss Lynn, in doing that, and those that can't afford to have them professionally written, if they do their own, then have them reviewed by a couple other people to see what you're saying. That way, you may have typos. The language may not be clear. You have 2 or 3 other people that are in the industry read your press release or your bios. Then you'll get the feedback and be able to hone in on what is being said, how people are viewing it, instead of just writing it and thinking, oh, this is all good. Have someone review if you're not able to get a professional person to write it for you.
You can also go online and get examples of press releases. And then you can look at, go check out some sites like PR Newswire. And I think there's another one, Brother Steve, isn't it called eNewswire?
Yeah, eNewswire.com. And you can also go to blackprnewswire.com as well. And let me say this, we got to go into speed round real quick because we're running out of time. So I need to have the other 3 panelists do the 1 minute or 30-second answer. We're gonna go to speed round to get everything in, to have Terry, Timmy, and Anson answer the question about internet radio and BDS charts. So we're gonna go into speed round. Lynn and I are gonna go rapid fast so we can get everything in, do everything we should do and get completed. People, the chat box is blowing up. Please visit the chat box. People are going into the online classes. They're registering for the information, phone number, contacts. But let's go into speed round. We're gonna start with Terry, Timmy, and Anson to talk about internet radio real quick and the importance of BDS charts. We're going 30-second answers, and we're gonna just fly through everything so we can make sure we open the floor for questions for everybody, because Johnny Sanders is here. He's got some great wealth of information as a TV person as well. Want to make sure we get everybody in. Okay, Terry, Timmy, and Anson.
I'm going to say mine for my next panel, Brother Steve. Thank you. That's why I turned my camera off.
Okay, well, you can turn your camera back on, Johnny, but thank you, Johnny. All right, go ahead, Terry and Timmy, please.
Okay, internet radio. Internet radio. First of all, I think every artist has to understand that any airplay is good airplay. Internet radio now has a BDS or a Billboard chart, and you got to get in where you can fit in. The reporting stations on the BDS panel are much more difficult to get played on. The internet radio stations that are monitored by BDS are easier to get played on. So if you got to look at it from that way, get in where you can fit in. Everyone is not going to get in on the charting stations, and you got to count up the cost. Charting stations are bigger stations or larger stations in a market, and you may have to not pay under the table, but pay for marketing. So get in where you can fit in.
Timmy.
There you go.
I was, I'd love to hear the rest of what you're going to say there, Terry. But I mean, quickly, I'll just say, I mean, as part of the Recording Academy, I'm not necessarily an expert on internet radio, but what I have seen from my position is that in you know, the last 6-7 months with all of the changes due to coronavirus, is that what I've seen is a lot of leveling of the playing field, right? Like I'm seeing our independent artists are in the exact same position as our, you know, multi-platinum major label artists are, in that, you know, we can't tour, we can't, you know, so everyone's looking for how they're going to be able to kind of get their music out there, and how they're going to be able to you know, move forward with all of the restrictions. And I don't know that we can predict exactly what's going to happen, but what I think is that it's not going to go back to exactly like it was before. And so I think looking at this as an opportunity, which is what I heard a lot of people on the panel today saying, you know, the fact that I'm on a panel right now with people that are in the UK is a really great example of how, you know, we're sharing virtual stages that we couldn't do before the pandemic. And so I guess that would just be my takeaway at this point, is like, how did we level the playing field, and how do we use that moving forward?
Anson, 30 seconds.
Well, the thing that we've been discovering is, of course, that the biggest, most searched, the biggest search engine right now is Google, of course, and Google's baby is YouTube. YouTube is where people go to look for music. Mm-hmm. They go to look for music, and a lot of, even when my friends they want me to hear a new song or new whatever, they'll send me a YouTube link of it. They won't necessarily send me Spotify. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they send me Apple Music. But the majority of the time, they can send me the YouTube link, and I'll go and check out with a video, or even if it's just audio. And that's where there's people, you can monetize that format. You can monetize that, and it is a very easy format to get into. The challenge that you have is that it is crowded. It is crowded, and you have to make your distinction. You have to set yourself apart from everybody else. And one of the things that we're trying to do is to remember that events will affect the life of your record, the life of your music. maybe Christmas, maybe it's whatever these events are, get some music that speaks to that particular event, and that'll affect the life of your music.
Before Lynn opens the floor up for questions, I got to ask this very important question. Get ready, Aldina. Get ready, Amy. Get ready, Lady T. Get ready, Dennis. You got 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And I'm sorry, Terry. You got 30 seconds to answer this question, really 20 seconds apiece. So I'm going to tell you the question, and you think about the answer as everybody gets ready to open the floor for questions that Lynn will help moderate our questions. We have 13 minutes left for this panel. Again, thank you everybody for your participation, the opportunity to have me come on. I appreciate it. My information is in the chat box. We look like we're gonna bless like 3 people with some trips to Hawaii and Vegas. So God bless you. Take advantage of the resources and information we have. And I have a wealth of information later on our site. The question is right now, we're gonna change it to 20 seconds. You got a 20-second answer. Where should the bulk of our money go? I got $100 or $500. I need to promote my music. Give me don't give me no fluff. Give me a tool, an example, a website. Where do I go? God bless Carolyn Traylor, one of the workingest, brilliant gospel artists on watching right now. Carolyn is so sharp. She got a children's book, so she can sing, shout, sell her CD, and then sell her children's book to the kids in the audience.
But Steve, actually, you're in essence, you're talking about creating a budget and a marketing plan, which also digital and social media marketing plan, which we talked about, right?
Right. So where should the bulk of your money go? 20 seconds. Lady T. 10 seconds.
I think.
You want to pass? Want to come back?
Yeah, can I come back? Amy
Bentley.
Come back to that.
Amy Bentley.
Well, I think people are kind of thinking about it because it's a loaded question. It depends on who you're working with and what their goals are and what song it is. There's so many variables, Steve. However, the quickest advice I would say is invest in YouTube, invest in Spotify, invest in Instagram, and that's what I would say. Those 3 platforms. Yeah.
Aldina Lee.
Well, I'm always on the business side of things. So your brand, your business structure and affairs, your copyright. We haven't even got into all of that. Your seller's permit, and have a good accounting system. And the one thing that I want to really say, be involved and be present. A lot of artists, they're so on the creative side, they forget about the business operational side and they're leaving it to someone else. When we work with you, we make sure you know what's going on in your business because that's your business. You're our client, and yes, we can do all the work, but you need to know what's going on, your bank accounts and everything, your reports, who's doing what and saying this and that.
Got it. Terry.
Okay, I think I'm old school. Al Hobbs used to say it, everything starts with radio. But also you got to have a team to go behind the radio, because when things open up, if they're playing you in Jackson, Mississippi, you can go to Jackson, Mississippi. If they're playing you in Arkansas, you can go to Arkansas. So everything starts with radio. But Brother Steve, a $500 budget, I don't know.
I mean, that's just an example. But you know what? Now, if y'all want to, I would just give it an example of $500. Because if you ask me, if I had a $500 budget, I would take $100 and buy some chips and some snacks, give it to some kids, pass out my flyers on the street, take another $100, donate to a local church, and tell the Usher Board department to put your flyer on the back of the bulletin for Sunday morning. Take another $100 and go to your local car wash, put air freshener in the car wash. Every time the car goes through the car wash, you get a free sticker and a free car hanger in your car. Take the other $100, go buy you a wardrobe, and take the other $100, take $99, invest into me, do an e-blast, and take your last $100 and do a press release and put it on Black PR or Lynn's company and get media and press.
Come on, Steve.
Now, Dennis, 30 seconds.
After all said, I think I'll just hold on to the 100. I'm not going to give it to anybody.
All right, Lynn.
Okay.
Sorry.
$500 budget, y'all. Y'all know we talking. Lady T. We're coming back to Lady T. She says you're back, Lady T. 20
Okay,
seconds.
so 20 seconds. If it's $100, I think.
No. I mean, that's just an example. It could be 2,000. It could be 3,000.
Okay, so then there you go. So if we're talking about more than 100, 500, 2,000,
that's what I'm saying, Terry.
again,
It could be anything.
put money on your social marketing, social media marketing. Absolutely important because they're the biggest platforms. You look at which platforms work for you. You put money towards that. Also, there are some curated playlists that unfortunately you have to pay for. You put money there as well. And then your branding, you put money into your branding. What are you looking like? What are you promoting to people? What are you saying? Get someone who's a brand strategist behind if you can, put some money to that. And also money into your production, the music side of it, the creative side of it as well. Try and put some money towards that. Find good producers and just get your working right, and digital stuff, all your digital marketing, put money towards that as well. So yeah, everything.
I'm gonna wrap up. But Terry,
one more thing, Steve, that our executive coordinators, producers want us to make sure that we ask this question.
Mm-hmm.
We might know what this is, but could you explain what BDS is and how does it work? Radio folks. Anybody?
Terry.
Now, again, how does that
Terry,
work? How does it work?
Terry, before you answer that
What is it? How does it work?
Yes. Before you answer that question, Terry, let people know what you were talking about when you said go to radio to get your, with your budget. Let people understand that, Terry. Because some people don't, they think you got to pay the radio jock to play your song. So let's clear that up and then talk about BDS, Terry.
Okay, well, in some cases, some radio jocks do want you to pay them, but that's another story and another time.
Is that legal?
It's not. No, absolutely not.
Thank you.
That's open up another can of worms. We have so many new people with some of these internet radio stations. They don't understand how radio works. You're not supposed to hold me down for sponsorship to get my music played. That's for another day. But BDS.
But Terry, you can buy a 30-second commercial on that radio station, play 10 seconds of your first part of your track, get the needle, and the other 20 seconds could be your ad. Am I correct, Terry?
No, that's correct.
There you go.
That is correct. Well, actually, BDS starts recording your song at 27 seconds. So he's absolutely right. But anyway, so BDS.
I see you, Johnny.
How that works. You have to have your music encoded into their system for them to pick it up. You can get played on BDS stations all day long. If you're not encoded, it doesn't exist. So that's number one. And then when it goes into the system, they have a chart. The chart really goes down as high as 500, and it changes day by day. So your cumulative spins will show your chart position. But artists, please understand this. You'll get the royalties for your spins, but you can pay for radio. I'm a radio promoter. You can pay me all day long, and you can have great charting position, but that will not probably balance out your budget for what you pay me.
Okay, Terry, I want to add something to that, but in case someone doesn't know what the acronym, what is BDS, it's Broadcast Data Systems. And it's a service that tracks monitored radio, television, and internet airplay of songs based on the number of spins and direction. And it's headed up by Nielsen BDS, Broadcast Data Systems. We just say BDS.
Who gets the money, Lynn? Who gets the money from those BDS pickups and tracks? Who gets the money, Lynn?
That's according to that, what's broken down in that pie.
Yeah, the money goes to the publishers, the writers of that song. So if you got a song that you wrote and you make sure your publishing is done, your business is done, so you can get your chips. We talk about that in the music business course, because let me tell you something. Them two old ladies who's nice wrote the song. I was working at Fox Television, and I had to clear Happy Birthday. Every time Happy Birthday to you, every time that song is sung, mentioned, or said on TV, radio, and film, those two wonderful ladies at stake gets a check, because Happy Birthday was written by two ladies.
Oh, and speaking of that, Steve, we didn't mention it, but the licensing organizations that people need to sign up for: BMI, ASCAP, CSAC, Sound Exchange. If I'm forgetting another one, just throw it in there for me.
There's a fourth new one out there too. I forget, but Lynn, You want to do the questions? There's a fourth one that just came out that's got a lot of money for artists sitting in a pot. They talked about it at the Stellars last year. I can't remember who that was.
Yeah, don't remember that one. I don't remember that one either, but yeah.
For the UK, for like the collection society, it's actually PRS. We have PRS, MCPS, and the PPS as well. So that one is for the UK. And talking of the BDS as well, we actually have an artist in the UK who actually got charted on that BDS chart for her song, and it was number 15 in the whole for that, and that's for America. And it was absolutely amazing. It's a big step for UK gospel. For a start, for a UK artist to have that. So yeah, it's phenomenal. That BDS.
Can you put that in the chat box, please? The PRS, and because that's powerful. That answers that so big. That's a major difference between US and UK. I mean, you can get paid, and Japan got one. Put that in there too.
Yeah, they all have all countries where music is played for a lot of these labels. There are collection societies. Some countries don't, but places like Asia, Japan, Australia, because of the affiliates of the labels in America, they will have a collection society that's linked. And so whenever your music is played, and as long as it's tagged right and it's registered right, you will get your money. Like you will get your coins. So it can be played in East Asia or Japan or China. As long as it's registered, you will get your pay. Your money will get. You will get your money depending on the collection.
Get your tips.
Yeah.
Okay, Lynn. We got these questions.
Okay.
For the audience.
Let's see. Audience. Oh, hold on a second. I'm getting my the executive producers are giving me this now. Oh, we ran out of time. We have to share our contact information and close. Too short, folks.
All right, everybody go ahead and fire off. I'll wait till the end.
And you can also put it in the chat box so that they can pick it up. Let's start with, let's see, Lady T. We'll start with you. Closing remarks.
Closing remarks. Okay, so for me, especially coming from the radio music presenting side and a little bit of management, just make sure that what you're presenting to your potential audience is of great standard. And like it's already been said, know your audience, know who you are. Don't just bring out something and expect people to take to it. They don't have to have loyalty to you. They don't have to, support your work if they don't know you. What have you done? What have you released in the past? Where can we find you? Dennis said it, like if you're not active online somewhere or there's nothing of you so that we can reference to, then I don't have to support you in any way, shape or form. So definitely know your audience, get your fan base sorted out, get your production, your press pack right, make sure the visuals are on point. And just know why you're doing what you're doing, because if you don't, and you don't have a plan, it's not going to work and you're not going to last. And also this music thing think the creative side is there, fine, but also learn the business. It is so important to learn the music business, know the different parts, the promotion, the marketing, the radio, the licensing, what else, your intellectual property, your rights. You need to learn to know all this. If you don't know it, you will stumble and you think, right, this is not for me anymore. I don't want to do this. So know the business of what you are getting into, research it. And yeah, make connections with the radio stations, know the stations that you need to send your music to, and just make sure that your product is good. Because for me, 30-40 seconds into listening to something, and if it hasn't caught me yet, I probably won't play it at all. So it has to be super good for me to listen to. But just know why you're doing what you're doing.
And how can they reach you? You can put that in the chat box if you want to, Lady T.
All right, yes. So I'll put my details on how you can reach me in terms of like music wise, and then also for the GMIA stuff as well, which is the Gospel Music Industry Alliance, and it's basically an organization that I've just been made chairperson of, and we're basically there to be basically a voice for UK gospel and to build a structure and connections and starting to connect you know, artists with lots of different people, whether it be in the UK or outside of the UK, and be a place for resources and information for artists to be to basically to connect to. So we're just in the process of that, literally launching officially, because we've gone through a lot of restructuring and changing. So yeah, GMIA is just seeking to really just connect and really form alliances with people, and stuff like this is what what we're about, connecting with lots of you in different fields, people like Amy and you, Lynn, and Aldina as well. This is what we're here for, so that we can make that connection and build that and build the structure that we need for here in the UK. So yeah.
Thank you. Aldina, remarks and how can, and then your information in the chat box.
I've been all over your chat box, so, but thank you. I just want to piggyback on Lady T. I can't stress enough the business side of it. I know everybody is a songbird, they want to get out there and that creativity, but if you do not have your business structure in place, you will run into problems. And another thing I really want to stress, read your contracts. And if you're so excited to get it, it's great, but read the contracts. And if you don't understand it, pause, take a step back, and go find an attorney or someone to read it over it and make sense of it for you. Because once you're locked in, you could be losing dollars because you signed something because of the way that they worded it. But again, that's where a business management consulting person comes in, and my team.
All right, and thank you. Anson. Oh, Anson.
I'm sorry. Hey.
Hi.
I've listed all my information on the chat, but yeah, this has been a great time to get information, and I think it is so very important that business side is taken care of, because I will speak from experience. You do not want to get into a position where the business stuff is shaky, because it will take all of the creativity out of you. Yes. You will not want to be associated with anything that has to do with the music industry, and you will turn on the industry. I've seen it done. I've had thoughts of it myself. So, but if you can handle that stuff, and also have great mentors around you, great associations around you, because they will be able to hold you accountable to what you said you want to do, what you're involved in this for. Know why you want to be doing this. Have your why very clear, because as you go along, that why is going to be the thing that keeps you going throughout this process. You can always refer back to, why am I doing this? It's not for the money. Don't get into it for the money. Mm-hmm. Please don't get into it for the money. There are very few folks that are making a ton of money doing this. You know who they are. You know who they are. You can see that. But there are also people that are making some money, but they're involved in the publishing. They're involved in the writing. They have all the business stuff taken care of. So keep that in mind as you go forward.
All right then, Amy.
Yeah, so thank you once again for everyone for having me. My information is listed in the messages in the chat. Yeah, I would just kind of piggyback off of what everyone else said. Know your mission, mission, vision, and purpose is where we start. Know that was what God is sending you to do and having you do, and your why is going to keep you going. So I agree with that. Step 2 is your business, having that in order. It's kind of like the relationships when we talked about earlier. You want to have your business in order first, because then you'll be happy later that you can take advantage of opportunities and that you have everything correct. And yeah, I would say do your research, when you're speaking with folks and you're contacting different entities, know who you're speaking to, do your research, and do your research on the people that you're in the same genre as, or the same artist that you're working with, so that you know who it is and what it is that you're doing, and the why, answering that. Be true to yourself always, because then you won't have as many regrets if you know that you gave it your best, and that this is a true representation of yourself and your brand and the direction you and your team want to go. then you can be confident with that and you can hold your head up high and not feel regretful. And then build a really great team. No artist can be great all by themselves. You need a really great team and really great people behind you, supporting you every step of the way, and crossing those T's and dotting those I's. And I would just basically say those things as advice, and feel free to contact me at any time. I'm totally available, and thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Amy. Terry?
Okay, thank you guys for having me. And actually, I'm supposed to be in the next segment, but thank you for having me here. One of the most important things I always tell people, you have to build your team. But sometimes that's hard because you can't believe the lying tongues out here in the music business. But when you find someone that's good, rely on them to be a mentor. At this stage in my life, I'm not trying to be the new kid on the scene and, trying to be everywhere and do everything. I rather mentor people to protect them from being hurt in the business, because I've seen it over and over again. Know your business, understand your contracts, and like, Miss Lee said, get someone to read your contracts. Don't let nobody rush you into anything. If they're rushing you into something, don't believe it. Read your contracts, know your business, take your time, and it takes time for things to work. No one is an overnight success.
Amen. Timmy.
Hi. So thank you again so much. It's just an honor to be on this virtual stage with everyone today, and I've definitely learned a lot. I put my contact information in the chat along with a couple of links. If you have any interest in joining the Recording Academy, I would say a lot of what we talked about here today is really what we're here to serve, which is community. And I will say that again and again. That's why I do what I do, is supporting our community and the music community, and offering resources for a lot of the things that were discussed today as well. In this time of the pandemic, we've done what we can to try to transition programming to help teach some of our local members, like, how do you put on a virtual concert, and make money off of it, and get a ring light so you can look like, spend a little money and get 100% more professional looking, right? How do you collect tips while you're doing a live performance, things like that. So we're really conscientious of the fact that things are changing, and they're always changing, and as much as we can do to support that and be resources. So if you have any interest in joining the Recording Academy, please look at the link in the chat, and there should be some more information there for you. And thank you.
Thank you, Timmy. And Dennis?
Hi. I'm trying to match Steve's energy, man. He's just too much. Steve, you're good. Yes, if any, just a quick shout out. If there's any UK artists in the room, and you're struggling because of COVID-19, we actually have an artist relief fund. We raised about £3,000 recently, and we're giving out grants of £200 just to help you in this period. So if you're a UK artist struggling with COVID-19 issues, we have grants available on our website. The link is in the chat. Please send an application into us. And in summary, this is just great. And thank you so much to Carol, to the team as well. This is what we're here for. We're here to serve. If you're looking for a portal into the UK, we're here. Visions TV is in the room. And I'm just going to put a link in the chat right now, which has a whole directory of resources, blog sites, YouTube channels, producers, you name it, collaborations, all of that stuff is in there. So if you're looking to get your music through to the UK and to Europe and to other countries, there's a portal here, there's a platform here ready to serve you. In terms of support or final word to the artist, a friend of mine, a big brother of mine, Yinka, has this saying, and I just want to leave it with everyone: excellence is its own PR. If you strive for excellence in everything you do, and I'm just trying to sum up everything, it's the PR, it's the marketing, it's the production, it's literally everything. If you strive for excellence in everything you do, it will travel, it will sell. Excellence is its own R. Strive for excellence in everything you do.
Okay, we have Danae Green, and then Brother Steve, and we're out.
Let me pick it back off of Dennis and say, yeah, excellence will travel. But you have to first take a step. If you don't take that step, 100% of nothing leads to 100% of nothing. So you reach out to the people on the panelists here and take that step and go beyond what you think you can do. A lot of it's a mindset and what we perceive that what's going on around us about us affect us. But if you take beyond and believe God that He will provide for you, He will. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Brother Steve?
You know, I want to say in closing, everybody, thanks so much for joining us on this wonderful, awesome panel today. Understand, include God, you can't go wrong. Keep God first in your life. We ain't care about no pandemic. Something happen every 4 years. Wake up, church, what's going on? God is in control of everything. If God is in control of your music, God's favor will get you what your money can't buy you. So use God. If you use God, it's free. Salvation is free. And you can have salvation and you offer Christ in your life. After that, reach out to the resources. Carol is my international connection to the UK, period. Pointblank.com, it stops there with Carol. Carol can connect you and help you. Include God, you can't go wrong. Always remember this, be creative. It's not what you have, it's what you do with what you have that makes the difference. Create multiple streams of income. Use resources. Create different businesses to bring in resources. That way every week, something's coming into your household with your music, your singing, your books, your writing. If every artist on this right now is sitting there and you can sing, you should be doing voiceovers. I put the link in there. My friends, right now, in the voiceover link I just sent you all, he's making 7 digits a year from his house. 7 digits a year doing voiceovers. Use what God gave you. If you got a cell phone and you got Cash App, don't just use Cash App to just be sending money back and forth. Use Cash App to buy stock. I have bought tons of stock on Cash App during the pandemic. I went to Hertz. I bought stock in Hertz for $2.50 a share. I bought stock in an oil company for $2 4 months ago. Now it's $13 to $25 a share. American Airlines, buy stock right now. Stock just dropped last night in the US when the president got sick. I'm on Cash App to buy some stock for $5, $20, $100. Use your resources, people. Use YouTube. Use social media. Get your stuff out there. You can contact me. You can reach me. We got another legend. I'm going to say her name real quick. Joyce Logan, who's one of the legends of legends out there on this virtual summit right now. And we should all turn our cameras on. If you can turn your camera on right now, let's give a praise God and a wave and a clap offering to Carol, because Carol and Monica, her team, you got to give them, people, because everybody's conferences was canceled, but this one is not. So we want to show love to Carol. And let me say something. While your camera is on, while you're clapping, take some screenshots. Send them to me.
That's right. Get some shots in.
Take some screenshots.
There you go, everybody.
Reach out to Lynn and the resources. Thank y'all so much. If you want to get your music on radio, hit me up. I'm working on 2 soundtracks right now. Well, we got a motion picture we're doing and some other things here in Hollywood. But be creative, saints. My information is brosteveuniversity.com, and make it happen. And I'm going to take my screenshot right now. I'm waiting for Terry to turn his camera back on so we can get Terry to turn his camera back on and I get my screenshot. Thank y'all so very much. There's Terry. Thank y'all so very much. And there's Carol. And thank you, everybody. And Patricia's on the next panel. Wait to see what she got to say. She going to mess you up and blow your mind. God bless you. God keep you. And understand, if you get a ticket while you're speeding, anytime this weekend, go to court and pay it. Brother Steve is out of here.
Thank you, Brother Steve, and thank you so much to all of our panelists.
We doing a pandemic and no courts are open. Yes, so come on, Miss London.
Well, that was Well, that was great. I didn't have my mic on. Thank you all for this great information. It is important. It is vital to be educated in whatever career path you go on. It is so important to know the mechanics, the administration, and everything that goes into what you are trying to do and achieve. And I don't know about you, I have my notebook and my pen, and I'm going to give you some key words. And I really sincerely hope the independent artists out there, you are taking notes. It's so important. We can't retain absolutely everything, but write it down, go back, reread it, and then start making your plan. So here's some keywords from this panel that I believe will help to shape your plans. So one was make a plan, build relationships, build them before you need them. Don't wait until your CD's done, you have it in your hand. Now you're knocking on someone's door saying, hey, can you play my CD? And you haven't even told them your name. So let's build these relationships starting now. Create a core fan base. Don't think about a one-time thing. Think about a campaign, an ongoing campaign. Look at this as an opportunity, and also know your mission, vision, and
Purpose. That's right. MVP.
Know your mission, vision, and purpose. This was awesome. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Tolu, Lady T, O'Neill, Aldina.
You're welcome.
Anson and Timmy. We appreciate you all, and everyone else, Donnae, that contributed to this panel. We have more coming up for you. Monica, tell us what's coming up.
Well, what's coming up now is a time for you to sit back, relax, and enjoy some more great gospel music. So right now, enjoy. I don't even want to tell you who it is. It's just going to pop up. So come on, Aaron.
Oh, wow.
I don't know where you are, but come on, put your hands together. I know it's a little different, but we still can praise the Lord. Wherever you are, you can praise Him right now. Come on. Yeah, man. Woo. Yeah. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Oh, yeah. Taste and see that the Lord is good. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. He's been my provider just like He said He would. He dried all the tears away, still right by my side. And I'll utter and praise His name. He's the Lord Almighty God. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Come on, taste and see that the Lord is good. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Come on, taste and see that the Lord is good. Come on and do your dance. Come on and wave your hands. Make a joyful noise. Now everybody praise the Lord. Come and do your dance. Come on and clap your hands. Make a joyful noise. Now everybody praise the Lord. Oh, taste and see. That's the Lord. Oh, taste and see. That's the Lord. Come on, taste and see. That's the Lord. Oh, taste and see. That's the Lord. Battle axe in the time of battle, shelter in the time of a storm. Ooh, when I'm hungry and cold to keep me warm. He's been real good to me. Yeah, I'll honor and praise His name. Oh, take that. That the Lord is good. Come on, take that. That the Lord is good. Oh, take that. That the Lord is good. Come on, take that. That the Lord is good. Yeah, come on and do your dance. Come on and That the Lord is. Yes, yeah, I got it. Oh, yeah, the Lord is. Yes, yeah, I got it. Yeah, He is God. Clap your hands like this, everybody. Clap your hands like this, everybody. Clap your hands like this, everybody. Clap your hands. Clap your hands. Clap your hands like this, everybody. Clap your hands like this, everybody. Clap your hands like this, everybody. Clap your hands. Clap your hands. Wave your hand in the air. Wave your hand in the air. Wave your hand in the air. Wave your hand. Wave your hand. Wave your hand in the air. Wave your hand in the air. Wave your hand in the air. Wave your hand. Wave your hand. Do your dance like this. Do your dance like this. Do your dance like this. Do your dance. Do your dance. Do your dance like this. Do your dance like this. Do your dance like this. Do your dance. Do your dance. Wave your hand. Wave your hand. Clap your hand. Clap your hand. Clap your hand. Woo! God bless you.
All right. Wonderful, wonderful. And that was Johnny Saunders from Florida. Thank you, Johnny, for that toe tapping track. And once again, I'd like to thank our panel that we just heard. Terry, Amy, Tolu, see that? O'Neill, Aldina, Anson, Timmy, and Danae. Thank you all. Dina, thank you all for your time. And up next, Monica, who's up next?
Well, Carol, we have who we just heard from Johnny Sanders and Carmina Barnett. We are excited for our next moderators coming up for our artist roundtable discussion. So sit back, relax, and just enjoy some more great information. Like Carol said, get your notepads and pens out. You need to take messages and take notes and go into the chat and ask your questions, and then share, like, and tell someone that the International Gospel Music Summit is on.
And just before we start that panel, in 2021, we want to let you know that you better get ready, get your passports ready. We are going back to London. We'll get more information for you on that soon. Over to you. And
wow, what's a vicious dog? He eats dogs. Like, does he eat his own kind? I bet that dog does. You want to know that dog's name? The dog's name.
Teresa? Okay. Okay, is it on us yet, guys? Is it on us? That was not us, but I was waiting to hear the dog's name. I know he wanted to find out the dog's name.
What just happened? Definitely. What just happened?
Listen, guys, listen, and I'm sorry, I'm really light on here. I got this light, we have been doing all of these virtual appearances and meetings and everything. And so one of the things I learned immediately was that my beautiful chocolate has to be illuminated. So I make sure I have some good light in front of me. I'm a little bright now. But I am Johnny Sanders, and it is my pleasure. I'm excited. I was trying to hold it all in. Carmina, you there? I see Carmina.
I am here.
My sister friend is on the line, my industry buddy. We have the pleasure of working together on the GIN and with GMWA, the Gospel Alliance of Gospel Music Professionals. And so I'm just excited. I was trying to hold it in. Brother Steve and Lynn Woods were just giving some great information, and a lot of great things came up during that session. And so we're going to piggyback on some of the stuff that was mentioned since they come in. Did you see how they kind of started stealing our panelists?
I was finna start calling Brother Steve out. Brother Steve was all in our business.
We love him. They had
Poor Anson, they had Anson. I'm like, Anson's not on y'all panel, people.
Okay, thanks so very much, guys, to be here on this panel too. Now, forget that.
Oh, now, see, I didn't come to, but turn your mic back off, Brother Steve. I didn't come in on you. Brother Steve and I go way back, and so I'll just give you guys some information. I'm going to let Carmina go ahead because I just talked for a long time. Then I'll come back and tell you some of the things that I do. But Carmina, greet the people and tell them what you do and all the great things you can expect on this panel.
Well, praise the Lord, everybody. Yeah, I'm a good old church girl, y'all. I am Carmina Barnett. I am so fortunate to have been in radio. It's been about just a little over 23 years. So yeah, I started when I was like 6. Go with that. I've been fortunate to work in various areas in radio. I now have an independent radio show that is aired in several markets. And so God has just been so tremendously good. Won a lot of awards, was fortunate to get a stellar for the station for myself, several other awards. So when I tell you God been good, ha! So yes. I'm like Brother Steve, the pandemic ain't no problem for me. We winning right now. If you love God like I do, trust me, you winning. Come on, Johnny, because I'll start preaching. Come on.
Well, listen. You know, that's the thing. You know, gospel music and good preaching goes hand in hand. So just to give some background for those of us that don't know, as Brother Steve so eloquently put it, there's 15 million people who don't know your name and have no idea what you do and when you did it. So I am a gospel recording artist. A lot of people know me from a song that really continues to bless people this day, even though it was released almost 15, 16 years ago. Called I Trust God, that continues to get played. And have had the opportunity to be a TV host, working with the Word Network behind the scenes, as well as with Bobby Jones Gospel and Bobby Jones Presents behind the scene. Had my own TV show, Center Stage with Johnny Sanders. Have worked with radio with AM 1490, a Stellar Award-winning station, AM 1490 WMBN was there to receive that Stellar Award with them in Nashville at the Grand Ole Opry. Also have the opportunity to currently be the National Public Relations Director for Gospel USA Magazine. I'm a syndicated columnist. I'm trying to go down a real quick list. I've toured with National Stage Play. That's where I met Anson's brother, Eric Dawkins, touring with Michael Matthews back in the day. So if you guys know some Michael Matthews Productions, did some other ones as well. And also, my parents told me early on, which I'm glad, they told me I had a great voice, but they told me I had to go to school. And so I did that, and so I had an opportunity to work on both sides of the industry. I've actually worked with the county and the city government to actually work in entertainment programming for the city and for the county. Everything from negotiating contracts to buying advertising and marketing, working behind the scenes with artists, not gospel artists, secular artists, producing programs for them. I was able to bring gospel into that. So my degree field is in advertising, marketing, communications, public relations, now organizational leadership. I have a master's degree, just entered now into my doctoral program. Y'all pray for me because it's kicking my behind. But I've been all over and all gamut. So I'm not just an artist who, I never believed that artists should not have a job. And I need to say this first as we start this, this roundtable discussion. Every artist, Beyonce and Jay-Z, have another job. They are not depending solely on music. And so one of the things I think we do when people see these wonderful lives that we put up on social media, the Facebook lives, y'all know those lives that we see, they show you them pictures and happy, all this wonderful stuff that's going on. Bills have to be paid. And so that's not realistic. And so unfortunately in gospel industry, we have a lot of folks who are trying to and that may, I need to pay my mortgage and my car notes and everything else. And music is great, TV is great, radio is great, being PR and marketing is great, but I needed to make sure I had something to sustain me in the in-between times, or just to keep something going on, because you need to be, in the words of Bishop Jakes, multiple streams. What you say about it, Carmina?
Absolutely. And especially in this time, this is the time that God has given us to really plan and prepare, because we're going to see victory and come out on the other side. So take this time. I can't tell, reached out to me and they were frustrated. Oh, I had to cancel gigs and I couldn't do this because of the pandemic. And I kept trying to encourage them. Okay, so then plan your next move. Use this time wisely. I have said that over and over. Man, I can't stress it enough, Johnny.
So let's get started. Let's start and introduce some folks, but I do want to go back to what was said about PR and writing. That's why I jumped in on camera, then I cut it off because I said I need Brother Steve not to cut his camera on during our session, so let me not jump in on his session.
But listen, there's an investment piece. I see you, Brother Steve. There's an investment piece that artists need to understand. And I've been recording music and continue to do that. I've toured all over Africa, Spain, Switzerland, Portugal, the UK, Carolina, and others. And so I've been all doing that since I was a teenager, really. So even though people don't know my name, I'm okay with that because my bills been getting paid and I do well. I love overseas. I do very well. I'm actually on some inspirational and non-gospel stuff with some French DJs over in Paris and others, and that music is all over the world. I won't tell you the name because y'all need to know Johnny Sanders, the gospel artist. But there is an investment piece that all artists have to do, and we have a list of questions that came from independent artists that want to talk to some of our established artists and independent folks. So we're going to get to that, but I need to say this. If you are not willing to invest in yourself first, don't expect anyone else to invest in you.
Right.
And if you are not, I'm a writer, I'm a technical writer. I was taught, college taught, worked for county governments, taught how to write press releases, how to write business proposals, how to do grant writing and these other things. And so there is a skill that has to be mastered because writing is something that is left up to someone's interpretation. And so your words are very important because you're not there to say, this is what I meant to say, or this is what I was trying to say. So your writing has to be done in such a way so that the message that you're trying to convey is comprehended. I used to be a reading teacher too, had a lot of jobs, a lot of good ones, so I could take time off and go on tour for 5 and 6 and 8 months at a time. But you have to learn how to make sure your reader comprehends. And sometimes people have difficulty doing that. So hire someone that knows how to do that. Hire others that are on here that knows how to do it. So let's go into our panel so we can introduce some people. Carmina, you want to start with the introductions?
Yes, so our panelists, we're going to snatch him back. Mr. Anson Dawkins is going to be our national artist. Now, Anson, for those that may just be joining us, quick, give them an overview of yourself again, please.
Anson Dawkins from the gospel recording group Dawkins and Dawkins. Been around for a little while, since '93. But I've been doing that in writing, production, also now a worship pastor, been doing that since '94. So that's one of my other jobs that I do. Speaking of jobs, just to love Jesus and love what's happening in the gospel industry, even during this pandemic.
Absolutely. And can I tell this? Can I get a quick testimony in? When I first became a program director 150,000 years ago, Dawkins came for me, and they were one of my first national artists, and they were amazing.
Oh, wow.
I've loved you guys ever since then, so I'm really excited and honored to be able to have you here now. This is wonderful.
Yeah.
Another great panelist. Go ahead.
Now, see, I've been blowing up Anson's messenger and he and Eric and saying, hey, when is Dawkins and Dawkins? When is Dawkins and Dawkins? And so I agree with you.
Yes.
Yep.
We've got another great panelist, Melanie Preston, I believe, is joining us. She's a counselor. Melanie, are you with us? I don't see her on. All right. Well, we also have Timony Allen Dolan. I know she was a part of the previous panel, but we're snatching her back. She's with the Recording Academy of the Grammys. Go right ahead and give them a quick overview.
Hi. Well, again, I just want to say what an honor it is to be invited here today, and thank you to Miss Carol Crawford for inviting me. So yes, I work for the Recording Academy. I'm a membership and project manager, specifically in the Pacific Northwest chapter. So I'm based out of Seattle. As I had mentioned on the previous panel, for the Recording Academy, I think what we're most well known for is the Grammys. And of course, the Grammy Awards, I think, are important because they are, a lot of people don't realize, the only peer-based award show of that caliber, which means that basically all of our members, and I know we have a couple of them on this panel today because they reached out to me, so hi to our members, but all of our members vote on the Grammy Awards. And so that's why it's really important that we cultivate really good members and really strive to get as much diversity in geography and genre and craft and in community. And I had also said, but we're so much more than that. And we advocate, we educate, and we serve our community as well. So we have opportunities like Music Cares, and I dropped in the chats in the last time links to information. Music Cares supports. They've given like 60 million in health for financial and rehabilitation resources for people in need. And that can be everything from paying rent to addiction recovery to replacing lost gear. And that's something that we do for our music community, whether you're a member or not. So I'm here to answer any questions about that and about our advocacy and just in general membership in the Recording Academy.
Nice. All right, Johnny. And also representing for the UK, Mr. John Fisher is with us.
Good evening, everybody. How you all doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Excellent, excellent. Listen, it's lovely to be here. Carol is a personal friend from many years when she was living in the UK before she made the mistake to move to America, but we forgive her and we love her still. But praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. I'm not here to cause no problem. Listen, yeah, I am 40, thank you, brother. I am 40 years in this music industry, although I look like I'm 27 and a half. I just colored my beard gray because that's fashion right now. But before I was an artist, I was a drummer by trade. I played for pretty much every gospel artist in the UK over many years. I was the principal drummer for a gospel musical called Mama I Wanna Sing, which was big over in America. And it came to the UK for a while. So I was the principal drummer for that. Was able to play, as I said, for UK artists, as well as people like Shaka Khan, Alexander O'Neill, Denise Williams, amongst many others. I was a production manager and a tour manager for many of the big American shows that came over to the UK in the 90s and the 2000s. In fact, I worked with Dawkins and Dawkins when they were part of the commission band back in the day, brother. I remember you with the Roland D70 and stuff like that, man. I was your man who was looking after the stage for all of those shows. I looked after the Winans, commissioned Fred Hammond, the Winans family, Hezekiah Walker, anybody who came over, my company looked after the show. And it kind of plays into what you all were saying about having two and multiple income streams. For me, I was a drummer, I was an artist, but that was a big part of my income. Moving that aside, two of my main gigs, I'm a founder and director of a gospel choir called IDMC, Individuals Dedicated to the Ministry of Christ. We are 25 years in the game as a choir, and we have toured pretty much throughout the whole of the country and into Europe and into the Caribbean. We are yet to get invited to the States. No lie, no tell a lie. Carol has invited us to the States. And so we will be with you when this pandemic thing gets sorted out. We're going to be coming over to hang out with you. But we've played from Buckingham Palace for royalty all the way down to Joe Public. We just bring the gospel all over the world and we can make it happen. And on top of that, one of my main joys is being a music teacher and a music mentor for my organization called We Sing, You Sing, where we go into schools and bring gospel music into schools and teach children from the age of 6 all the way up to into their teens about gospel music. I know it's a different kind of thing in America that you can't really mix church and state too much, but in England, we can bring gospel music in. They see it as an art form, I see it as ministry, but I don't mind them taking their art form into the schools to be able to share what God has done through songs. And that's pretty much me, apart from being a music pastor and a husband of 30 years with 2 great sons and a beautiful granddaughter. That's John Fisher.
Lovely. I love it. I love it. And let me correct myself. I got corrected via chat. John Fisher is a legend. Okay. Let me make sure I put that out there. He is a living legend. All right. And I'm going to try not to have a fangirl moment because our next panelist is one of the original gospel gangsters.
Yay!
Jilly Baby is joining us. Yay! Go ahead and give them a quick overview. Got to get you unmuted there. Hold on. See, that's the devil. Come on now.
Billy, unmute yourself.
There we go.
There we go.
What's up, everybody? What's cracking with y'all today?
What up?
What's up? Well, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be on the panel. It's a blessing to see all these OGs on the panel. It's a blessing to be side by side with you guys in this. You know, we started Gospel Gangsters way back in 1990. Me solo, Mr. TikTok, Mr. Solo right now, RIP. You know, he passed away. My bro passed away. We've been Grammy nominated. We traveled. We've been over to the UK with Carol. We love her. You know that. We love everybody over there. UK has always supported us. Always been off the hook. Can't wait to get back. So right now, man, we're just working on new music. We travel with Kurt. We've did videos with Kurt. We work with a lot of people. Been on a lot of stages with Snoop, Ice Cube, Dr. Dre. You name it in the industry for this secular and gospel hip hop. The Father has blessed us to break down the walls and break through some walls with gospel hip hop because we have came a long, very, very long way with that genre. And I am so proud of the genre, and I am so blessed to have people like you guys, the radio people, the managers, and everybody that make it all come together and make it be a big push because with far as gospel hip hop, without you guys, it wouldn't be no gospel hip hop because it got to get all over the world. And I just was blessed to do an interview like about 2 weeks ago with about 10 continents, man. It was, I didn't even, you never know how far your music goes, and you never know how far the things that you do go. I was talking to people that was in villages of 100 people that where when you couldn't take a Bible there, you couldn't take music there, people would tuck our music and tuck the Bible and get it to the villages, and it was overwhelming. I mean, I couldn't be. I mean, the Father's just been so good to us. I mean, he's been so good to the gospel gangsters. He's been so good to this genre. I'm just really, really blessed and really humbled to be alongside of the kings and queens that's on this panel today. So bless y'all. Thank y'all for having me.
Wow. So Johnny, I think that's everybody. I think that's everybody that's joining us for this panel. I hope I didn't miss anybody.
We have some others on the bottom. I'm letting you go because I might talk too much. So I'm letting you finish out the panel. We have Patty and Gilbert. So if you can, we have another line of folks there.
Uh-oh, hold on. Yep.
I can grab it.
Patty McCullough, are you with us, our image consultant?
I am. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Well, I'm just so grateful to be here. I just want to thank Steve for inviting me here. My name is Patricia McCullough Oliver, and I am an author, speaker, and a image brand specialist. My company is called Poise Perfection Imaging. I basically focus on personal and professional development. But I deal with the total you. We deal with the people from the inside out. So I deal with the spiritual, the socially, and specifically, I work with a lot of athletes in the entertainment industry, political industry, and business industry. It is just interesting to hear some of you guys' stories because I kind of fell into the gospel industry. Late, great Donna Grady's career was with the Arkansas Announcers Guild. So Donna and Al and Sam, you know, just kind of pushed me into the field. So I used to do some of the training at Gospel Music Workshop of America, did some things with the Stellar Awards. But it's just interesting because I remember how I basically got into imaging. I was watching the Vogue on Arsenio Hall show, and I took so much time just looking at a lot of things that was not right. I'm just like, am I seeing a lot of boobies, and am I seeing, you know, different things? And so the story is that Terry, Arsenio Hall, gave Eddie Murphy a birthday party, right? And so Terry and all of them in Vogue was invited, and she said everyone was sitting around the table. And a rule of thumb in social business, social etiquette is that If you don't know what to do, then you follow someone. Well, this particular night, everyone at the table knew that exact same thing, and nobody would start eating. And I think they said Sinbad trying to kind of grab the fork. And it was at that point, everybody fell out laughing because nobody knew what to do. So Terry called me, she said, Patty, I never again want to be caught in a social situation where I don't know what to do. So I flew out there and started working with Terry. Terry was like a second sister. We did a video called Total View Imaging Development. But for me, in this business, I knew that imaging was so important. You have a lot of people that think that they necessarily just need a stylist. And what I was finding out is I tell you that I was dealing with people that have a $10,000 suit on and they would misuse a 5-cent word. Instead of talking about worser. And, you know, especially when I'm at some of the GMWA's workshops and things, you know, Al Hobb, you know, if you sit down with Al, you're gonna see a lot of people and see a lot of things that you naturally wouldn't talk about. And so I just really started seeing such a need, even though I did a lot of this in the business sector with the athletes. In the gospel industry, it was just a little different because what I was seeing was that a lot of people were putting a lot of money into the stylist, where a lot of people were not investing in the social piece, the business piece of it. So when I got invited to this program, it was just like a lot of the presentations, a lot of things that people were lacking. So that's how I got it, working with Smokey, because I told Smokey, I'm not working with you. And he blew up. So it was like, that was an opportunity missed, but that's basically what I do.
Okay, okay. And then I think we have one more, Mr. Gilbert Nanoli from Integrity Music. I hope I said that last name right.
It is Nanlohi. Thank you so much. Great to be here. I'm sorry I'm so late, but are we still doing intros?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, I joined the first panel, but this is my slot. Hey, everybody. My name is Gilbert. I'm A&R for Integrity Music in the U.S. I was born in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and my parents listened to a lot of Hosanna Integrity Music, and you know, back in the day, Ron Canoli, Alvin Slaughter, and all that kind of stuff. I grew up with Israel New Breed's music, and that's the stuff that we listened to in that region. We moved to America as missionaries. We started planting churches, and I've lived in 8 different cities. Grew up mostly in Seattle, so I appreciate the video, Miss Carol. And yeah, I'm a marketing major. Basically ran digital marketing companies about 4 years, and then 3 years ago I moved to Nashville and joined Integrity Music, and I did about 35 album projects with artists from the UK, from the US, and Latin America. And then a year ago, I started doing A&R. So I represent Willie McDowell, David Nicole Binion, Bree Babineau, Casey J, and Benita Jones currently. So great to be here.
Awesome, awesome. And can we snatch one, Johnny, from the previous panel since they snatched a few hours?
You know, I think we can do that. And then there's a couple more while you're, I want to make sure, is Melanie, are you talking about Melanie Preston by any chance, or are you talking about Dina?
I was going to kidnap Terry Mantime. He's
okay. We're going to kidnap Terry.
I'm happy to help us.
Absolutely. Hold him captive a little bit more. And also we have
Melanie Preston. Is she with us? Awesome.
Melanie, I don't hear her, but I know that we also have Adina Lee is going to be joining this panel as well. So if you go ahead and just give us a brief introduction. I know you were here earlier, just so that folks can know what you do.
Hello, I'm Aldina Lee. I do business management and consulting. And basically we take care of the business side of you, your business operations. We, go over your contracts, help you get your business started, whether you're going to be an LLC or a corporation, review your tax information, because that's most important before you get to the creative side, how you set up your business structure first.
Absolutely. Well, listen, we have a great panel. And of course, we cannot leave out our executive producer, our summit CEO, the creator of this great platform that we have the opportunity to share in. And I want to say to Carol, just having participated and traveled over last year to London, and to have worked with her with GMWA and the Alliance and the GAG, and just all the great things that she's doing by providing platforms for artists. They snagged that was, if y'all heard that video, now that was straight up just me in my own little studio with no other equipment but the camera. So that was, and music playback. So that was all natural voice, the regular stuff. There was no microphone or anything. So that was all natural. And I did that last night or the night before. I can't, one of those nights, because Monica refused to not let me have something on there. So she's like, no, you gotta do something for me. So just these opportunities that you continue to make happen and possible for folks. And so can we just do some virtual claps, or take your mute off and just salute our executive summit producer, host, creator, founder, Miss Carol Crawford Danner. Thank you, ma'am. She will be participating. Do you want to do an introduction in case someone just happens to not know who you are?
Oh, I have to introduce myself. Well, hi, everyone. I know that this is being streamed on social media. There's a lot of people watching. My name is Carol Crawford. Yes, I was born and raised in London, moved to Seattle 20 years ago to work for the Hendrix Records gospel side of business. And then I've been producing events and a whole gamut of things since then. But this is so exciting to me, lifting up the independent artist, providing a platform for networking, making connections and education. So important to get educated. Thank you for being with us today. Handing back over to you, Johnny.
Thank you. And listen, you have your sidekick. I talked about it earlier because I said she would not let me music on this.
Yes. This is Monica Butler. I believe I'm one of the hardest working persons behind the scenes. I look like I'm echoing. Let me turn me down some. Oh, okay.
Go ahead. You go.
Okay. So I'm talking on Carol's mic.
No, you were good before. We got echoing now.
The hardest working women behind the scenes.
Yeah.
All the artists would not have gone on stage if it wasn't for me.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to sign their legal with the Stella Awards, with Bobby Jones Gospel, with the Dove Awards. I mean, I've done it all. So I'm the one that's backstage. The hair changes, long, short, whatever. But everybody know Monica Butler. I'm just back there making sure that everything flows. And who is that? Chili Baby. Hey. Look, I was back there when they did that video of the Stella
What's
Awards.
up, baby?
Came through, running down from that helicopter, all that.
Yes, you were.
So,
Yes, you were.
Old school.
Exactly. Listen, we cannot do this without you guys. And yeah, I think about the Gospel Gangsters with my days with Bobby Jones Presents and behind the scenes with the Word Network and interviews and all sorts of things. But this platform is about our independent artists. I've been on a couple of record labels, had the opportunity to be on the Stella and Grammy ballots, and understand how that whole machinery works about a record company supporting and helping to launch you, not necessarily to make you, but to make money to support their endeavors. And so as we're now talking about independent artists, we have some questions that some of the artists that got a chance to respond to survey, and some of them that may be even on today wanted to know. And one question, Carmina, the first question, I guess we're gonna talk about the EP, singles or full albums.
Yes.
Right now, yes, in this season, with COVID-19, everybody's done music. Everybody is putting something out. Every other day, it seems like I see this advertisement for someone from the majors to the minors. I don't like the word minor, let me change that. From the majors to the up and coming are putting something out. And so the artist wants to know, independent artists specifically, what are the advantages and disadvantages, and what should be the way in which they determine which one an artist should release, EP, single, or full album. Let's go to an artist. So Anson, why don't you answer that for us?
Well, we've debated on this for a while because we had music and we wanted to put some stuff out. But what we have found is that there's a listening limit. There's a listening limit that people will do. So if you don't have something that's going to get people to buy into what you're doing in just a few songs, there's really it doesn't make sense to put out 10, 12, 15, 20 songs if you're not going to be able to lock them in 4 or 5 songs. So one of the things that we are, what we've been trying to do is figure out, okay, are we going to put out just put out some really, really strong songs initially, and then continue to gain momentum on that? Because I've seen, from what I've seen, what we've watched is that artists that are actually doing some really cool stuff, they're putting out good music. They'll either put out good music, a little bit of good music, and then get your mouth watering for more of that. And then you could put out some more after that. But, there have been different people that have been doing different things. If you just want to put out a bunch of music, I mean, that's fine. People are doing that all the time. But if you really want to be focused, a lot of times it's better to be able to put out 4, 5, 6 songs and then capitalize on the momentum you get there.
Good answer. Want to go to Chili. Just talking to the artist first, then we'll go to the industry. Chili, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I totally agree with Anson, because you can put out a lot of songs and you go and put a lot of songs, it's like putting out an album, because you're putting out song after song, one over here, one over there, one over here, one over there. If it's not features with somebody else, if you're just talking about just yourself, I agree with Anson. You should put out a few songs to get people going, to see if it's hot, to see what people like. If you throw an album out there and nobody likes it, then you lose. So, you lose, the people lose. So, and we don't want the people to lose. We want to put out great music. We want to put out good, godly music, and we want to keep it pumping and keep it nice. So if I was an artist, just like Anson said, I would put out a few songs first before I just jump in and put out a whole album. Because to keep it real, this is the ministry music business. What if they don't like you? Yeah. What if your stuff ain't hot and you just wasted $20,000, $30,000 promoting and putting stuff out and nobody likes it? So if I was an artist, I would put out a few songs.
Try it out. Okay. Gilbert, you working in the industry there. You're in Nashville, and you are on the industry management side of it and the A&R production side of the artist from a business perspective. What's your take on it?
Everybody has a different strategy. What we found is that Spotify really likes singles. Spotify likes singles, and the Apple Music kind of still has the the album strategy. They really care about the albums and the artists. So, and on any given street week, the featured singles account for roughly like 20% of the streams. On an album is 80% of the streams coming from all of the other songs on the album. So Apple's consumer and Apple's team still really loves albums and artists, and you just have to kind of like figure out the trends. Spotify a year or two ago was the niche kind of like discover the independent artist platform. Now they put out everybody. If you go on New Music Friday Christian, Spotify has every Christian artist, independent or record label too. So it's like a level playing field. But Apple Music is still supporting the major labels and pushing the albums. That's what we're kind of figuring out.
Okay. Anyone else want to chime in on that before we turn over to Carmina for the next question?
Yeah, I was just going to jump in and agree with Ansel in regards to the singles or the sound bites. Generally, when we put out music, we've been blessed to be able to put out 9 albums. And the reason why I can bring out albums and sell albums is because we do a whole load of shows every year. And so on the road, and you guys will know this, on the road, you can do a whole set and people have enjoyed your whole set and they want to take home your set. And so we can sell a bucket loads of albums and stuff like that. But because we are in the COVID season, which has changed the game completely, what we've done since the end of last year is just bring out a couple of singles. We brought out 2 singles this year, just to keep our face in the game so that people know that we're still here. We haven't gone down with the coronavirus, and we're not singing no more. We're out of it. We're still here doing what we do, and we put out, and as Ansel said, you know, put out really strong songs that people still attached to you. They're following you on your socials, they're liking the story and everything like that. And so when we do get back on the road again, the new album will be ready and we'll be able to promote the whole album. But for now, we just have to play the game and just bring out the singles. I'm not a big fan of Spotify, I ain't gonna lie to you, but needs must. You know what I mean? And for now, we're just getting our face in the vital places where we can be seen.
Okay, so now, Mr. Fisher, and I'm glad you chimed in because I was going over to the UK to find out, is that a trend that is just something that you guys have adopted and said this is the method that you're going to use, or have you found that other artists, or is that a foundational thing that's happening with other artists there in the UK?
Pretty much most of the artists that I'm associated with and friends with have been doing exactly the same thing. Nobody's bringing out an album right now. Everybody's been bringing out the singles and been streaming. There's a lovely lady named Sarah Tabo who's been streaming really intensely. She brought out a track and had Fred Hammond feature on it. And she's done really well with getting lots of streams, lots of recognition, as well as a lot of other guys. Shekinah, you had on here earlier playing a track. Really beautiful girls. They've got stuff out, singles. So pretty much in the UK, everybody's been doing that kind of thing of just bringing out strong songs, trying to keep their face so that people know that they're there and are getting good streams and good sales on the singles market.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, sir. Carmina, I'm turning it over to you now.
All right, and those that are joining us, if you have questions, you can share those in chat. I know I have one chat question right now, and we'll do our best to make sure we're presenting those to the panel as time allows. But here's a question that talks about videos. Remember when artists used to really pull their budget together and make a video, and you don't see just a whole lot of that now. But for those of you that can speak on this, how important is it for the independent artists to have videos? Does that add to their success? How does that help them? Kind of talk about it. Anyone who'd like to jump in on that?
Can we start in the UK? I saw Morrison just got off, but he's TV and online advertising and everything. This is the TV. These are the TV folks here in the UK. Here, okay. So let's go. Andrew Morrison, what do you have to say about that? Are videos still a big thing? Are artists there in the UK pooling their money and making videos?
Oh yes, 100%. I get submissions of UK and international music all the time. And yeah, people like to do visuals. People like to engage with visuals. Singles is the key thing at the moment in the UK. And a lot of artists are just coming to me and say, can we get our singles out? Can you put it on the Spotify playlist? So yeah, it is the key thing. It's very important in the UK, especially during COVID right now. So yeah, definitely.
Okay, so
and let me clarify. Now we're talking about a produced video, not you went live while y'all was singing on Sunday morning service.
And that's the thing that's
I'm just saying.
Yeah, 100% right. People are still making music videos during COVID-19. And some of them are breaking the law out here, but they shouldn't be. But they are creating content, and because yeah, visuals are really important. People like to engage with visuals. People want to know people's characters, and yeah, they're just like visuals. So definitely.
Lady T has a question there that she put in the chat box. Carmina, can you read that question Lady T put in there?
Lady T, go live for me. Give me. There you go. Share your question with us.
Hey, okay. So basically, when you're talking about the video stuff, for me, it's videos are quite expensive to make. Like a good video can cost you, like maybe $2,000, $3,000, maybe $5,000 around that price. But if you don't have the budget for that kind of thing, get someone who's a very good digital visual producer, and they will do you a very good lyric video. And I have seen some amazing lyric videos that don't need a proper video at all. And some of them cost £100, £200, but that's £200. That's better than paying £3,000 that you can't afford. So you have to find that £200 or $300 from somewhere to do that lyric video, and it is just as good. Like sometimes when I see sometimes when an artist brings out a lyric video, I know that there wasn't much of a budget for a proper video, but when that lyric video is good, trust me, it will still get the views. Put it on YouTube, put it on Instagram, you will still get the views. So make sure that you really invest in someone that knows how to do videos really, really well. There's lots of them online. Look for one, and and get them to do one. So definitely a lyric video if you can't afford a big video.
Okay.
Can I say something as well?
Yes.
Absolutely.
It is very challenging sometimes to think about the price, because it can be price prohibitive. I mean, I remember when we did some of our videos years ago, it was a lot more expensive. The budgets for those would be $80,000, $90,000, $100,000 money would be put into that. Nobody's spending that kind of money, not independent artists, to do that kind of stuff. But what you can do is having, one of our plans is to pull in people who are, whether they be college students, interns, whatever, utilize those individuals that are creative, that have great ideas and have great vision and can buy into what you're doing. And they can shoot several videos for you of different songs, but you knock some of that stuff, knock 3 or 4 songs out with that same person, with that same group, and they will be able to give you a lot of what you need. You have your clothing changes, all that kind of stuff. You do that, and also, as I stressed in the last panel that we were on, is that relationships are very important. You invest in relationships prior to when you need those relationships to come into play. Invest in those relationships, invest in those things that are going to invest back in you as well. Yeah, everybody's not going to be able to invest money. Maybe they'll invest time. Maybe they'll go and tell somebody about what you're doing. But being able to have somebody that, somebody may have some money, they want to invest in you. They believe in your gift. They believe in your talent. They want to, hey, I would give some money to help get this video done. Get creative about that kind of stuff. There are different ways to do it.
And I'm glad you went there. And I was going to suggest something, and then I'm going to go to Timmy. She shared something in chat that I'd like for her to share. I was going to suggest that as well. We have some situations here in the Metroplex where there's film schools and things like that. They need projects to get their grades. And so you can connect in those areas, and the actual teachers are teaching them. So you're still going to get a quality product, but it's like at a fraction of the cost, because again, we know independent artists are pretty much coming out of pocket. And Timmy, you shared something too about connecting with young people. If you could maybe share that with our team here.
Yeah, well, if you think it in the context of like, once upon a time, in order to make any music, you had to like rent time in a recording studio and had to go somewhere and like rely on someone else's professional abilities. And we don't have to do that when we're recording music anymore. We don't have to do that to perform live anymore. Unfortunately, we have learned, maybe fortunately, one of the lessons to come out of everyone being in a pandemic, but that's the same for a video. And, iPhone even ran promotions. I think it was The Weeknd was one of the artists that they work with to do one of his videos, like shot entirely on an iPhone, because they really wanted to show the fact that like, if you have an iPhone and an editing app, you can do the same quality, sometimes better quality. I think as long as there's creativity and there's a hook, that's all you need. And frankly, with younger people, a lot of the place where they're getting their music is YouTube or via social media, like something on Instagram, not even a full video, but even just a clip of something that's a hook for someone. And that's really all you need. But I think I mean, not to take away from professional videographers, because there's like clearly a skill set there that we don't all have. But I mean, I love to see some of the up and coming artists, some of the newer artists we have like in our chapter of the Recording Academy that are like, I'm not going to sit around and wait for someone to, you know, give me this opportunity or you know, give me the money to do this. I'm going to do it myself. And they do some incredible things, whether it's recording music or whether it's recording music videos.
So can I just come in real quickly just to say and add and just endorse what's said about the students. 2019, unfortunately, I had all of my equipment and stuff go up in flames in London at a storage depot. And I had, after that, because of the profile that I had, thank God, a lot of people knew what was going on. And I had some students approach me and said, John, we'd love to do a documentary on your story about the fire and your music. We've watched your choir for years. Could we do something for you? And these guys had, as you rightly said, they're in university. They had access to the top quality cameras. I got 3 episodes of a documentary filmed showing off who I was, my history, my church, what I do. They followed me around for like 2 weeks, driving in the car with me, talking. I was able to play, I was able to feature some of my music and talk about the fire and how it affected me. And it really blessed me because at the time, we had a GoFundMe page to try and raise a bit of money to support, to get some of the money back that I lost. And out of probably everybody that lost stuff in this multi-storage unit, I probably came out the best, you know what I mean? Highly favored, blessed of God, hallelujah, praise the Lord. But more than that, because these guys gave me super exposure through this well produced bit of work, it helped me so much. So yes, definitely, I 100% agree with that. And I think that might be something I might need to go back to.
I totally agree with John in regards to students. With my company, with Visions TV Online, we work with a lot of freelancers, and they all want the opportunity just to work on projects because they want to build up their profile, their CV for work they want that probably for like videos and stuff like that they need to get out for themselves so they can add to their profile. So some people just want to get paid for a job or some people just want to do it for free, like John says. So it just adds to the CV. So seek for people who are freelancers who want to gain their experience, so that then your work is getting done, so your music is actually getting out there, and their profile is getting put out there even more because it's added to their CVs.
That's good. That's good. All right, Johnny, it's back on you.
All right, well, we're going to go to another question. I keep seeing questions coming in about, I'm looking up here because I have multiple screens going on here. And it touches on something that was talked about in the first panel. Normally, independent artists do not get the kind of airplay on terrestrial, or that's brick and mortar stations, radio stations, and sometimes there are fees involved. I know Brother Steve and others talked about this earlier. Say they want to know if it's beneficial for independent artists to pursue brick and mortar stations, given that they don't always get the spins and sometimes there's a cost involved. So I want to just touch on this because I mentioned something and I don't want anybody to walk away and just feel like I'm downing the value of radio promotions or buying an advertising spot on a station. Absolutely, it's a great investment if you have connection with the radio station to buy an ad spot. It could be a very good way to position yourself on a station that would not otherwise have you on for an interview or share your music, because here in the United States, I don't know how it is necessarily in the UK, a lot of our stations are platformed, or they already have a list of a certain number of artists that they're going to put in their rotation. And so because of that, you may not get that opportunity. So for me, I would say we need radio, but there's a lot of other platforms now that people are getting their message and their music out, from creating their own YouTube channels to their own radio stations to just doing online and clips. So never before has there been so much access. When I first got my record deal, my first record deal was probably 20 years ago, and we did some great things without having all the wonderful access that folks have now. And so the field has been the playing field has been leveled, and you have a way to reach out beyond the traditional. But what you guys want to chime in? Who wants to speak to that? Terrestrial stations, brick and mortar stations. Is it still something that independent artists should be pursuing, or should they look in another direction to share their music?
To me right now, I'm thinking that it is another thing that may be cost prohibitive to pursue those avenues. But one thing that you can look into, and even with COVID, is it's become a little bit less advantageous to do, but college radio. College radio is a very, very good avenue, because the college kids are the ones who they basically are making and breaking the music at this point. So that's where you need to, and it's not, you don't have to pay. It's not payola involved with that. So
hopefully not. I know a lot of stations. Yeah, a lot of stations are LP, low power frequencies, lower frequencies, and you have an issue with that.
I'm in a Zoom meeting. So you
Yes, you are in the Zoom meeting. So we need you to.
I'm sorry.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Yes, you are. We need you to mute. Thank you very much. So I come from radio and TV, y'all. I've come from live theater. Anything could happen. So we just roll with it. So listen, as I was saying, because of so many other opportunities and avenues, definitely we can utilize those. And so independent artists will never have the budget to meet up with what a artist who has a whole, I call it the machinery. I've had the machinery. I had my PR person. I had the marketing person. I had the stylist. I had all of that on a couple of, it's a wonderful thing. And then I became an independent artist, and I had to do all of that myself. But the blessing of it was, at the end of the day, when the check or money came in, it came to me. But the down part about that is also, when it came time to write checks and pay for productions and stuff, it came to me, and I had to do that. But artists, I think they have the opportunity now to make it happen. Let's see, Terry, you want to chime in on that? Should these artists be pursuing, and I'm talking about should they be pursuing, trying to get their music on mainstream stations?
Oh, he's got to unmute.
You're on mute.
Sorry, I had all kind of stuff going on my end. But I said this in the previous sessions, artists are trying to get their music played everywhere, because a royalty from a mainstream station, except for if it's Sirius XM or something like that, it's the same as a royalty from a smaller station. But getting played on your major stations, you have to understand that's a higher criteria.
Yes.
Getting played on, your college.
Unpack that though. You said high criteria. Unpack that so they'll know what you're talking about. Unpack high criteria. Now you can't leave them hanging. They're like, okay, that's the big word for the day. Tell them what that criteria is.
Okay. If you're trying to get played on a college station in a market, they're more open to taking new artists and things of that nature. But then when you're trying to get played on, I won't even go with Clear Channel and Urban One. I won't even mess with them, But if you're trying to get played on a BDS reporting station, they know their value. And so your quality is going to have to be right. The song is going to have to be great, or you have to have a person who has a great relationship with that station. If you're getting played on a medium market station in that same market, that the criteria may be a little less, but bottom line, a lot of it has to do with relationships. I have people call me all the time when I worked their project and Carmina played it. And then after they want to go out on their own and they call Carmina and Carmina don't call them back. They calling me.
Don't put my co-host out like that. Don't put it out like that.
That's my girl, so,
You're not calling the people back.
and I'm talking about, if you want me to get Carmina to play your song, no, I'm not. But no, criteria. So, and now it's become so convoluted. Someone had put a question in there. You got your BDS reporting stations. You got your BDS monitored stations that have their own list. And these monitored stations, their criteria is not as high as the reporting stations. And then you have your BDS independent, your internet radio stations. They have their own chart. And their criteria, to me, is even lower. So if you look at the artists that's in your top 10 on the internet chart, and you look at your top 100 on your reporting chart, a lot of times you don't even see them in the top 100.
No, you won't see them.
So, it's a mixed bag. But bottom line, as an artist, get your music played as in many places if you want, as possible. But if you're trying to go for the reporting stations and be on that real chart, this is industry. This ain't church. This is industry.
And that's important you say that, because I've been doing many panels, and they talked about it earlier on the other panel too. I don't think artists on the gospel side understand that you may be in ministry, but the industry is not in ministry necessarily. The industry
What? Hey.
Industry is about business. And so if you don't sell, and if you're not getting the results for a company, let's say that you're on, in Jesus' name, they're gonna release you.
Johnny, can I make a comment, Johnny?
In the name of Jesus, they're gonna let you go. And so, I first thing I do when I hear artists, they're saying things like, "Oh, I'm anointed," and they did all those kinds of things. Baby, they don't care about your anointed. They're looking for a good sound, a commercialized sound that's gonna allow. First, we gotta understand that radio is not in the business of playing your music. Radio is in the business of playing music long enough to keep advertisers tuned in to buy whatever good product or service is being offered.
Now that's the word. That's the word right there. Supposed to be.
That's what it is. But most people say they got to play my music. No, they don't ever have to play your music, because they're not. There is a plethora, number of people that's got songs, and they don't have to play your music. And since you put my co-host out there, Mr. Terry, I'm going to go to Carmina, because she's been in radio to talk about. You mentioned about promotion, and we want to make sure that our independent artists understand when we say having a radio promoter, that's. Let me let you do it, Carmina.
Johnny, can I say something real quick, Johnny, please?
No, Carmina about to talk. Yes. Go ahead.
Well, let me do this. I'll talk, but Brother Steve, you go ahead, and then I'm gonna go to Lady.
Go ahead, Brother Steve.
I'm gonna make mine 22 seconds. Number one, if you're making gospel music to reach the kingdom and reach souls for Jesus Christ, good music will always find a home. That's number one. Don't worry about your check. God will take care of you. If you in the business, make music to reach souls for Jesus Christ. Good music will find a home. Number two, when you want to do the business side, find the reporting stations, the internet stations, the bars, the restaurants, and the elevators, and the churches, because if you play your music in the right bar and the right elevator and the right restaurant, they're reporting too.
You know the Saints don't do a bar. I was in Europe years ago, and
yes, we do. I mean,
we were on a tour. I said the Saints. I ain't said business people. I said the Saints. I was on tour years ago, and we were in Spain or Italy or somewhere, and this man said, "Oh, I want you to come to my bar," and we had some super saints that, oh my God, I don't sing in the bar. I said, "Sir, give me the address, send a car. What do I need to do to get to your bar?" Because me being in the bar will not change the fact that I'm still going to be a gospel artist, and I'm going into the hedges, highways, and byways to spread this message, and then I'm going to pick up whatever money that the pressed down, shaken together, running over shall men give unto my bosom, that the Lord said is mine. Come in and go to you. Come in.
Well, let me go to Lady T real quick, because she wanted to share. There's some different ways in the UK that they can kind of reach those levels. Lady T, talk to us.
Yeah, so basically, what a lot of some stations are doing, they do like a so someone like BBC now, BBC have Radio 1, and then they have an offshoot which is BBC Extra. Now there are some, not a lot, but there's been a handful of UK gospel artists who've actually had their songs played on there. And I think they've had obviously someone who's a radio plugger do it, or they found a way through connections to be able to do that. It's not always successful. It's not everyone that's going to do it, but I think it's the way the music has been packaged and written is how they managed to get the songs played. Now, just what I really like about UK is that some of the radio stations they've done, like BBC have this program called BBC Introducing, and it helps a lot of independent artists get their songs featured on dedicated shows on BBC shows around the country. So and they're all regional as well. So it's all region. So like in London, there's like a BBC London. It's for BBC Introducing, and they really hone in on independent artists. And if you're good, you get selected, you get an interview or something, or you just get your music played. Either way, you get recognition. You get your music played, you get played for it. So it's not always. It's an avenue for, I think, for gospel artists to look at. I don't know how they do it in America, and I wish they did something like that in America. So it's like something for independent artists on mainstream stations, and it doesn't matter what genre, but you still get a look in no matter what. So it's not all gospel artists that it's successful. Some have been, some haven't, but what's really happening now is like a lot of artists are trying and sending the music anytime they get released, and then sometimes it'll get picked, sometimes it won't, but it's still an avenue that you should always explore, because sometimes it just takes one and it will happen. So so UK is quite good at really supporting independent artists, and certain radio stations do that. So yeah, I mean, if it's like that in America, explosive.
You said radio plugger, because we said for radio promoter, you said a radio plugger, so I'm assuming that's someone who is actually doing the same thing, like our equivalent of a radio promotions person is a person that has contacts with stations, music directors. Okay.
They still use that here as well. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, they still use that as well. So you can pay someone to do that, or if you've got a great connection with the presenter anyway, then that might be your luck to get your song played, and they might just feature it. And also they've got to get it cleared as well. But pluggers do still have to do that type of work. But like I said, that BBC Introducing and other stations are doing it as well. But it's a way for independent artists to get their music heard.
Okay, great. Mr. Fisher?
Yes, sir. I was just going to say as well, agree with Lady T and the other guys as well, but as an independent artist, and I know, Johnny, you've done this, and Gospel Gangsters, the graft that you have to do to get your stuff out there, don't get it twisted. You're a brand new artist. People don't know you. They don't know what you're about.
What?
And so
you mean everybody doesn't know you're great?
That's right, but you've got to work at it. I mean, you've got guys on here.
Said I was great, Mr. Fisher.
I hear you. But as they've said already, they've got advertisers who are buying for the time, and so you've got to really put the time in to get your music around. There's a term I used to hear about in America where guys used to sell CDs out of the boot of their cars, you know what I mean, and be popular by demand. People are phoning the stations, have you got this track? Because I heard this the other day, and all the community would be phoning in and wanting to do it. We've got a thing that used to happen, or still happens on Premier Gospel in London, where they have the viewers playlist on a Thursday, where they phone in and say, have you got this track? Have you got that track? And it creates a demand. You've got people on here like Miles Crawford, who's actually Lady Crawford's brother. He works out of another station in London, and he's a major player in the game as well. He's not just a pretty face, but he's a major player in the game as well, promoting artists, not only on gospel station, but on soul stations, straight up R&B stations, and these guys, the truth is, again, and let me say it like this, practically everybody in the UK, probably around the world, loves a great gospel song. Let's not get it twisted, you know what I mean? People love gospel music, especially in these times that we're in. People want to get an inspirational message, an encouraging message that's going to uplift them through a song, whether it's R&B, hip hop, rap, reggae, whatever it is. And if you've got that powerful song and a good sound, well produced and well put out, you get them, they'll play your stuff, definitely, you know, but you've got to put the time in to get, as was said in the previous panels, you know, getting the press releases right, getting the images right, how you present yourself right. What my sister says, instead of having to have $1,000 suit and when they call you, you say, what's up? You know what I mean? That don't work. You know what I mean? You've got to make sure that you present yourself in a way. And I've been listening all afternoon to you guys, and I've got 10 pages stacked up of notes that you guys, that I've got nuggets from you guys. I mean, it's really, really important.
Can I say this? Can I add one? Okay.
Go on.
What a lot of artists don't understand, these BDS reporting stations, if they're thinking about playing your music, they pull your song up. And when they pull your song up, you know what they see? They see where you're being played at, they see your streams, and they see your sales. They see that picture in one little quick report. So if you're just focusing on airplay, you may get played today, but because you don't have the streaming and because you don't have the sales, you're not going to stay long.
Wow.
Let's go to Patricia. She had a comment as well.
Yeah, that's a game changer.
Hi. You know, I'm listening to this, and it's something that you all are saying that is so important. And it's just so interesting that a lot of individuals really don't know how to network. That is almost like a lost art. I can remember when I was at Clear Channel with the Hallelujah station, and because I was an announcer guild, at GMWA, it surprised me how many artists came to me to give me their CDs. Had no idea that I wasn't on the radio. I just worked for Hallelujah as a sales rep. The number of CDs and things that I was taking, some of them I couldn't put on the plane. So a lot of them were left there. So I just think that when we talk about social skills and business etiquette, it's such a lost art. And if you all remember in Motown, it was developing the total package. And I think what so many of our artists are losing is that, I call it, I see your breath. Not I smell your breath, I see your breath. A lot of times, I used to ask artists, what is your ministry? Because I could not look at you and see your ministry. I didn't know if you were selling sex. I just didn't know your ministry. And so I think that is something that so many artists need to start investing.
Right.
They really do. Because
that's good stuff.
Who's doing that?
Patricia, that is really good stuff, and I think, I don't know what Brother Fred doing, Brother Steve doing with all this stuff, but that's an important thing. The reason why that went away, development, even 20 years ago, as I said, my first major record company deal, that record company was still trying to do that old Motown mantra of hiring someone to teach me how to talk and teach me how to dress and how to conduct myself. They were glad to find out they didn't have to spend that much money because I could talk some good King's English and I had some skills that I already had developed because I'd already been in the business world and been behind the scenes in industry. But they don't do that anymore because that costs money. Those were jobs and positions. And this industry is about making the most amount of money for the least amount of investment. And so
and that's where the mistake comes from. Because as artists, we need to learn how to develop ourselves. And like you're talking about, you may not have the money, but you can get an English teacher. Carrie Ellis from In Vogue still works with somebody that works with her articulation. You know, we have to learn how to invest in ourselves. And like you're saying, that money, when you're an artist, it's about profit. It's about profit. And so even in the business world, if I have an artist, I have a lot of friends that could flat-foot sing. But if you come to me and I see how much money I'm going to have to spend to get you ready for going on the stage to make me a profit, then that I don't have time.
Worth it.
Ain't worth it.
Yeah, I'm going to get too excited because I see that.
Right. This is the diversity right here that artists need to understand, because I've been preaching that for years. Artists don't understand that you can't come here trying to get ready. You got to be ready. You have to come and do some investment. Yes. There are webinars there. Well, before webinars, there were workshops and other places where you can go and spend a little bit of money to do two things, which is great. You learn some great information and you network with people that were like-minded, working in the field or industry that you wanted to be in. I still have blessings now and get opportunities now from folks I met 20 years ago that I can still call, that are still in major. Some of them were artists, now they're radio station owners. Right. They were at that time on-air personalities. Now they own the station.
Exactly.
And they love Sanders.
And you know what, you know what, guys, I see with our culture, and I'm just going to speak about our culture. The majority of my clients are of other ethnicities. They will invest in the money to come. I'm talking about doctors, attorneys, for me to just sit down and do table etiquette. That is why we was in Vogue, we did that, the table etiquette. And it's hilarious because we were really ad-libbing what we're seeing. People taking their gum, putting it under the table. And then, you know, you think you're walking tall and you got hair hanging out your nose or hanging out your ears. And, you know, you feel your breath about the way. Telling you, if I do a video, Brother Steve is producing it to you guys. I want to do a video so we can really see ourselves. You got your big hats, then you're coming in, you got the stress buttons with your suits too tight, but you think you can do it now. I mean, you got these too tight suits and you act like you won't. I'm telling you, and you know, and guys, they would come up to me, and I tell people, they say, well, critique me, especially in GMWA, especially pastors, critique me. And I said, well, you know, you're walking around here. You know, there's a difference between a ink pen and a writing instrument, don't you? And you know, you got 5 or 6 symbols on your business card, you know. And they just, I said, why are you sitting down? And I keep seeing your legs all the time, your belly, you know, and men on stage jumping, artists jumping. I need you to put on a girdle up here because all I'm seeing.
Oh my.
Yes. Hey.
Brother Steve got a video coming out on this stuff. It's hilarious.
Get her number.
Patricia ain't no joke. And
But that's real talk. And I'm glad she said that, though. That's real talk, because I am, and that was going to be my next question. And I was going to talk to Patricia and also bring in Aldina. We're seeing too much on stage, getting out of order. If you're supposed to be leading me into worship, I shouldn't be led into anything else.
I'm looking at boobs all day.
Come on. And if you got,
you know what? Kamina, and Patricia and the whole panel, I want to share with everybody professionalism.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You need to, if you are the artist, you're the brand, you need to show up on time. Learn how to speak. What you should do is research where you're going before you get there, and see who's in charge and how you need to set the stage before you get there. Professional.
Hey, if I can say something to artists about, like you was talking about professionalism, showing up on time, having your dress code right, having everything together. Because I remember when we first came into the business and everything, and you know, me being from the street, I didn't have business etiquette or anything like that, like you guys are talking about. I had street etiquette. So I would go into a deal with a contract or something, I would walk in sagging my pants with my khakis on. Hey, what's up? Let's do this deal. But then once I grew up, I had to understand that nobody's gonna give you $1 million if you're coming in and you're talking like that. If you're coming in, you're acting like that. If you don't have they're gonna look at you and say, why should I give this dude sagging his pants and talking to me from the street $1 million of my dollars? Will he be able to handle that $1 million? So then the way you come into that deal, sometimes the way you look, the way you act, the way you talk, that's the way you're gonna leave. That's the type of deal you're gonna have when you walk away. You're gonna have that. You come in sagging your pants, you're gonna have a sagging deal. You come in not talking with the right etiquette, your money ain't gonna be right when it gets to the dollar.
And you know what I find too, even though they're like, oh, I'm gonna get this deal, they're so quick to jump. You need to take a step back. It's okay to take the contract. Don't let them pressure you and say, oh, you got to sign it now.
Right.
Take that talk. Well, maybe you need to walk away if they're trying to pressure you to sign it right now.
So the Bible says he'll give you riches with no sorrow.
Yes.
So for me in my life, it's like if it's a deal or if it's anything, and if it's coming with sorrow with it, I don't want it. If it's gonna be a sorrowful deal, I don't want it. I'm gonna walk away from it so fast. I don't care if it's 5 million, whatever it is. If it's coming with sorrow, because the Bible says He'll give you riches without sorrow. So if there's sorrow coming with it, it got to be real. We both got to be honest. If not, I don't want it. I'll walk right away from it, and I won't feel ill about it. I'll pray about it and just walk away, because He said riches without sorrow. So if I come to any deal or anything and it got problems, I just walk away from it. Or like you said, Miss Lee, I just hold up. I just back up and just watch it, sit in the corner and see what everybody's gonna do. And then after that, pray and make my decision.
We gotta stay on task here. But I wanted to just piggyback on what you said, which is, and we'll go to you, Mr. Fisher. I'm gonna go to Kamina, and then she'll bring you back in. We want to make sure that we teach people how to treat us. And that means we have to present ourselves. I've been telling people that for years. You have to teach people how to treat you. Now, we cannot necessarily always become all things to all men, but we can though take some tips and some pointers that will help us to be acceptable and appear acceptable to all men by taking on some of the requirements of some of the things that make them comfortable. The thing that's going to make someone be able to deal with you or interact with you is that they have to have some commonality. They have to see something that gives them at ease and the ability to come in connection with you. And so when we represent ourselves, because in our community, a lot of times too, we got that whole, I'm keeping it real. And y'all trying to make me something I'm not. No, we trying to keep you paid. And so being paid means that you can't wear your baggy pants right now.
Exactly.
This deal, you can buy all the baggy pants you want. But right now, come here and try to speak as much good King's English as you can, get this deal, and then you can go out there and thug it out and have yourself a ball once you secured the bag.
Good deal.
Right. But you know what, and I know you didn't refer to me, but you know what we're trying to do is keep them professional, keep them paid, and less risk.
Yes.
Risk.
Thank you.
You know, we're trying
Thank
to
you guys.
use the package, the brand together, because there's other people on your team, you know, that you're really supporting, and they're, you know, banking on you to bring in the money so they can stay employed.
But
So the whole operations together.
Can we talk about the record label owners? Can we talk about the leaders?
But before we go there, let's go back to Carmina, because we want to stay on task so we can.
Okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go, Mr. John. You had a comment. I'm gonna come to you, and then I'll come back. So, Mr. John Fisher.
Then Carmina, go to Gilbert after that. After you go back to Gilbert.
Okay.
I was going to say something in the Queen's English, as it were, Brother Johnny. But what I was going to say is that
when Queen's English, I'm sorry, you know, it's just
that's all right, brother. That's all right. That's right. When we got into the choir thing, and when I put together my choir, we started in church. We were a church choir, and it was great fun. But the secular environment opened itself up to us. One of the biggest part of our income as a choir was to do weddings. Weddings are a big part of what we do. And when you start to work in the secular environment, they are not afraid to sue you if you're late. They are not afraid to give you a very hard time when you don't provide the professionalism. Now, this is a personal testimony, and I don't mind, because I use this and I tell people all the time. When we first got into it, we had a wedding booking, and I was ghetto. I'm going to say it just like that. You know what I mean? The wedding was like 1 o'clock. It was an hour away from where I was. So instead of leaving on time, and on time is maybe 11 o'clock to get there for 12 o'clock to be ready for 1 o'clock, I was leaving at 12 o'clock to get there at 5 to 1 o'clock to be ready to do a show at 1 o'clock. You know what I mean? And what happened on that occasion was that the client, we broke down. No, we got into traffic, and the traffic messed us up. So till the wedding was at 1 o'clock, we got there at 2 o'clock. Are you hearing me? We got there at 2 o'clock, and we sang for the reception, and you could see the anger on the faces, and you know, there was no question about going to try and get any money from them. We just had to get back in our vehicle and get out of there. But the client was ready to sue me for messing up their day. Okay, so what it taught me was that to be professional, and I'm taking Patricia's point here, to be professional means when I say to the choir member that we're leaving at 12 o'clock, it doesn't mean that you arrive at 12 o'clock. You arrive half an hour before so that we leave on time, you know what I mean? So that we get to the venue an hour at least And that I get really really paranoid if I'm not on the money. If we're not on time, if we haven't left on time, because I'm checking the route. If the route is 2 hours away, then I'm giving myself 3 hours driving time. Now you hear what I'm saying, you know what I mean? I am preparing, because there's a thing that says, if you don't prepare, then prepare to fail. And it's really important. So I've taken all your points there, guys, and I'm agreeing 100%. But if we're going to be professional at what we do as artists, let's have the right mindset to do it.
Yeah, and I'm got to cut in because I'm getting text messages from our executive producer side. Want to see if Gilbert's on the line, but I did want to say you were blessed, John, because I work on that side of production, and unfortunately, I hate to say this because it sounds awful coming from a minister and from a gospel artist, but I've had more success and worked better with people that are quote unquote from the secular industry.
Yes.
They come in and they handle business. They're on time. They don't have an attitude. They're grateful and gracious that they've got the opportunity. I've had the worst time dealing with gospel artists, some of which I knew me, who had the, I love your answer, some who had some worst attitudes I'd ever dealt with, but and I'm talking big things, I had the opportunity to work behind the scenes with their shows, showed up on time, did what they were asked to do, asked if it's something else, is that okay? We prepared this, but do you want us to do that? Anything, something else we could do? I've had gospel artists, you asked them to do one other song in an encore. I ain't on my contract. I ain't paying that. How much you gonna pay me? I can tell you some stories. So I have literally not had people on shows. I have literally been the guy, because I can be that guy, who did not give you your check at the end of the night, who told you have a nice life, and if you want to, speak to my attorney in Jesus' name. And I was representing the city or the county, and I said, if you have a problem with it, sue Miami-Dade County. They have some good, this is $1 billion industry. Sue them on it. You're not getting the rest of your money. Have a nice life. And so I've been on that production side and that artist side. And so we first have to be that I show up on time. I make sure I ask what I can do. You don't have to have special water. I have gospel artists, they got special water they gotta have. You gotta have special kind of fly. I can tell you the stories because I'm on both sides of it. But anyway, let me go to what was asked. So is Gilbert still on there? If not, I have a clip coming from, let me see. Okay, Gilbert's not. So Carmina, I'm gonna turn it back over to you for another question, as I know we gotta start wrapping.
The question of them all. Can we talk to our independent artists about attitude? Because, okay, Chili just said when they started, he would show up representing what he knew, doing what he knew to do. Now, you can't tell them that that's not right. You can't say to them, you're not hot. You can't say to them that you have to adjust your attitude to work in this situation. It plays into professionalism, as Aldina mentioned. It plays into what they look like, as Patricia mentioned. I mean, it's got to be, you got to humble yourself if you're trying to win at this. That's all I can say. Can any of our panelists speak to that? You can't just automatically be a star and this is your first single and it's not even mixed yet. Patricia, you want to jump in?
Does Joyce want
what I have found out? Oh, can you hear me? What I have found out. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
What I have found out is that the leaders has to be the best representations. There is a difference with me. I cannot go to my hip hop artists that I work with in my pearls and in my high heels and everything. I'm still gonna be professional, but they're gonna have to be able to relate to me. And a lot of times when I am hired, especially in business, they always bring me in for us. Because when I close the door, I can say things to us that they can't. So when I'm in business sectors or with entertainers or with athletes, I close the door and it's a different conversation. I say, listen here, it's just a different way that I can communicate. So when you're talking about some of the kids, some of the young ladies, I always try to look at their heart, because some of these people, you see, you don't know, we don't really know some of the stories. And when those kids and those young people know that you care, and I'm telling them, it's like, don't let this image, I said, don't let this image fool you. I'm from Gary, Indiana, I will cut you. And so then they start laughing because they need to be able to relate with us. And so I have been surprised at, even especially my young women, because I tell them, I said, our young women have bodies that I'll never have, you know, if you all know what I'm saying. But they still need to know that that's okay, and to learning how to love themselves and appreciate themselves. With my upper degree is in, my underdegree in engineering, but my upper degree is in psychology. And when I had to learn how to really connect with people, and when you show them their heart, they'll start showing you your hand. And I just started seeing great results. But I just want to say to our leaders, to a lot of the record label execs and everything, a lot of times what I'm seeing some unprofessionalism in you guys also. And sometimes that become a feedback to some of the artists that I hear. But we too, I mean, I have to work with myself constantly, because when I get relaxed, you saw what I did, especially when it's my passion with me. We have to be able to look at the polishedness of ourselves also. So I just want to put that out there too. You know, when I'm coming in here and you smacking gum and you eating, and I'm looking at all the food in your mouth, and you know I'm not gonna go there right now. But let's look at ourselves too.
True. Very good. Okay, I'm trying to make sure we have see how much more time we have. This has been great, and I think there's been a lot of great information that has been given to our artists. One major point that I want to just bring up again is the importance of networking, and it was said in the first panel that don't wait until now until you need something to try to connect with someone. Yeah. Another thing is to be mindful of your professionalism and how you carry yourself and your attitude, and that's on both sides, be it that the artist and the person in the industry. Major thing for me has always been investment. You have to invest in yourself. It doesn't necessarily take a lot of money and time nowadays, especially with the onset of this virtual world that we're living in. You can Google. I Google, if you guys get a chance, there is a website, there's a webinar rather on doing webinars. There's a Zoom on how to do Zoom.
Right.
You can Google and find anything you want that you can learn how to do at no cost. We used to have to get on planes. 15, 20 years ago, I had to get on a plane and go sit in somebody's workshop, a master class, and I've been to all the conferences, major gospel conferences, and some of the other conferences throughout the United States. Now you can sit in front of a screen like we're doing today and get information that will be so beneficial to you as an artist. Independent artists have more opportunities and more access to people and the industry than ever before. For little or no money, a very low investment, you can get a maximum return if you apply yourself and commit to the process.
Can I say something right quick?
I'm getting from Monica. Monica is not, but yes, Anthony, go ahead. And then we
just you mentioned attitude, and I feel like that is a very important aspect of what artists have to be aware of. One of the things that has helped us in our dealings with our attitude is to remember that what you are presenting, what you are giving as the music, yourself, all that is your gift. God has given that to you. It's your gift that you're presenting to other people. You're not in charge. I'm not in charge of how they receive it. I'm not in charge of what they do with it. My gift, my joy, some of the pay that I get is the opportunity to be able to actually share that gift, whether you like it or not. That's on you. That's on you. So that helps me with my attitude. I go into it knowing that this is an opportunity for me to share this with somebody else. What they do with it, I don't have anything to do with that. So if I hit way up on the charts, that's awesome. But if I don't, I did what I was supposed to do. I shared my music. I shared my art. I shared myself. I gave what God has given me to somebody else, and let God deal with the rest of that.
Yes. Well, I talked enough, and we're going to turn it over to Carmina so we can wrap up. They've given me the sign. I do want to say this last thing, which is the great Albertina Walker said this, and in a session like this, but it was in person. during a Bobby Jones retreat years ago. People don't have to be nice to you and they don't have to call you.
Yes.
So when they do both of those things, it is your responsibility and your duty to be nice, to be grateful.
Let's go.
And so with that, I turn it over to Carmina.
All right.
It's been a pleasure me serving as your co-host today. I want to thank all of our panelists, thanking our executive producer, thanking our production staff and our production producer. That's Carol and that's Monica. Thanking each and every one of you. We are out of time, so we won't be able to let you all say your finals, but you guys have said a lot. This has been great. I'm hoping Carol and Monica will put together something in between London and have a quick mini summit symposium to kind of keep this conversation going, because these are fantastic panelists with a lot of wealth of knowledge, and I know the audience were blessed. Carmina?
I'm getting out of here as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you for this opportunity. It was an honor to serve alongside Brother Johnny Sanders. Y'all, this has been absolutely amazing. I hope we impacted somebody, because that's the whole goal. And like Patricia said, y'all, let's make sure we network, find what support each other. I look for opportunity to support all of you and all of the great things that you're doing. But thank you, thank you, thank you. Carol and Monica, take it away.
Yes, thank you so much, Carmina and Johnny and all of our panelists. That was another awesome session. We love hearing about your experiences and what you went through. So this is good. This has been great. I got some great nuggets from this session. When you're making a video, maximize your time. We heard about, the cost of things. So maybe do 2 or 3 shots at the same time, different songs. So maximize your time. This is a theme that has been going on all day. Relationships are important. Build a relationship. Take a long runway and build that relationship so that when you need to call on that professional, they know you and they're more apt to support. Build your relationships. Connect with young people. We didn't touch a lot on millennials and those young folks, X, Y, and Z. Reach out to them, connect with the young people. They are so gifted and talented. Give them an opportunity. Mentoring was another thing. We should always be preparing someone else for our position. Train somebody, let them walk alongside you, see what you do, mentor them. An artist, you have got to be ready. You have got to be ready. Plan, prepare, learn. And when the opportunity arises, sometimes you get an opportunity once. Sometimes you have once, one time.
Crying and crying.
You want to be ready
for like
that.
a half an hour. I
Be
had to
professional. Professionalism is so important in whatever you do, not just as an artist, but be professional. And research where you're going before you get there. Okay? So you know where you're going and you have a plan of action. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
They can hear us. We're not on mute.
Amazing. So, Anson, good to see you. We bumped into each other last year on the plane, you remember? And we were talking about the summit. So thank you for being here. It's been wonderful.
Yes, thank you for inviting me.
Timmy, sorry. Thank you again, Timmy from the Recording Academy of the Grammys. If you're an artist and you're not a member of the Recording Academy, you need to be, okay? Lots of good, solid information. They also administer the Grammys. Patty, Gilbert, A&R for Integrity, thank you for your time. I know you were on earlier as well. John, good to see you. Chili, baby. It's like Arville Riggenbecker. Peachy poppin', baby.
Thanks for having me on. You know you my favorite. You know that.
Yeah, we got to take you on a journey. You can't stop it, baby. Good to see you, Chili. Yes. And
good to see you too. Good to see all of y'all. Anson, Brother Steve.
Brother Steve, yes. Brother Steve, thanks for your input. Amazing, amazing. Patty.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh, you told the truth there. It's so important the way you look. If you're not sure how to pull yourself together as an artist, what your image is going to be, ask somebody that knows. Just ask. Aldina,
yes.
Thank you so much for being a part of the panels as well. This has been great. Everyone watching on social media, we want to see those hearts and those thumbs up. Thank you for being with us today. Hey, Monica, what's up? What's coming up now?
You know, I'm so excited. This has been fabulous. Right after this ends, it's going to re-air. So please share, and share the information. And remember, tomorrow we will have our artist platform showcase. We have some fabulous artists that's going to be performing. We want to lift those up that's up and coming artists, you know, so that's what we're here for with the International Gospel Music Summit. It's just that we take you internationally. So at the same time, we are still in the mode of closing out, but before we close, you have to get some more good music in you. We have another artist that's gonna come up, and Aaron is gonna bring that artist up, and then we're gonna have a little word from our sponsors, and then finally close out with another great gospel artist as we get ready to re-record this whole session, or re-air this whole session, I should say. And then you all please get ready for tomorrow for our awesome artist showcase. So get ready and let's enjoy this next artist. I'm gonna call his name, Pastor Derek, the Chain Man Smith.
Lord, you know that I'm your child, and I'm doing the best that I can. While my way gets so hard, Lord, you know I just don't understand. Oh, I need you to hold my hand. I can't make by myself. Lord, I need you to hold my hand. I need you to hold my hand. I'm gonna continue to run, but even if I have to run alone, because it's my determination to make God's beautiful heaven my home. Oh, right now, right now, right now, right now. Oh, I need you to hold my hand. Hey, hold me, Jesus.
Wonderful, wonderful. That was Pastor Derek, the Change Man Smith.
Yeah.
Yay. And I just want to take us time to say thank you to our media sponsors. We have quite a few media sponsors that are sharing on their platforms, streaming on their platforms in the UK and in the US. And I just want to say thank you so much for your support. And we look forward to seeing you in the room when we do this event next year. Also, I just want to thank a few other people, Carolyn Barney, who made our souvenir brochure, and you all, the artists and panelists, you're going to get a copy of our souvenir brochure on your email. Carolyn Barney in the UK, thank you for that. Thank you, Caleb Moses, Minister Chris in Nigeria, Akuna, Michaela, ID and Rhonda in London, and all our family and friends for your support and your prayers. And you know, a special thank you to Monica Butler, our unit production manager. She's been amazing behind the scenes. You would never believe how much work she's put in, but I thank you and I appreciate you. Monica, over to you.
Yay, Monica.
We are getting ready to close, but we have one last good gospel video that's going to take us on out. But remember to log in tomorrow. Tomorrow is our artist showcase, and you do not want to miss it. They have put together a wonderful, wonderful outline show for you all on tomorrow. But also, I would like to add that if you all would like to donate to our International Gospel Music Summit, you can do so through Cash App at hashtag, which is the dollar sign, I guess that's the dollar sign Summit Worldwide. Dollar sign Summit Worldwide. Please support this cause. We are trying to continue giving a platform to our up and coming artists. So as we close, we're going to close out with a wonderful video called Joy. So sit back, relax, and Carol, say one last word before we go.
Just before we go, I just want to bring on our UK co-host, Mars Crawford. Come online. Come online. We want to hear how you enjoyed the summit.
Oh, okay, one sec. Let me put my headphones in. Here.
And Mars was the co-host with Miss V, who was on earlier. And we just want to hear how you enjoyed the summit.
And he's also Carol's brother, you all. Show him some love.
Okay, right. All right. So can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, do you know?
Just one quick thoughts. How do you enjoy it?
My goodness. I've been on, obviously, from the very beginning, early 5:30 UK, and it is now 10 o'clock UK. I want more. My goodness. I've learned so much this evening. It's just been fantastic. Great to see John Fisher. It's great to see Jonathan. I mean, all the presenters were just fantastic, well chosen. And all the input from everybody has been tremendous. And I know for a fact there's so much more people wanted to say, so much more ground that needs to be covered. But I've taken so many notes, you would never believe, you know, but more. Carol, man, you've gone way and beyond, but I know there's still further that you're going to go. The International Gospel Music Summit. Fantastic. Great to be a part of it.
Thank you, Miles. Thank you, Miles. Tomorrow, we're going to be streaming our showcase on all platforms from 10 a.m. Pacific. 10 a.m. Pacific, 12 noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern, and wait, hold on. And it'll be like in the evening in London. But 10 a.m. Pacific, we'll be streaming on all social media platforms. Once you log on, you'll see it in your stream, and just take a look at some of the artists. They have wonderful ministries. Over to you, Monica.
Okay, before, we try to get it all in. Don't forget, we're in the UK next year. Hopefully we won't be virtual, but even if we are. I'm going anyway. I can't wait to see you again. We're just so excited, and this is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful evening. So come on, we can just talk all day. Let's just close out with this last gospel artist of the evening. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy.
Enjoy.
All right, Aaron.
Hi everybody, my name is John Fisher, leader and director of the IDMC Gospel Soul Choir, here with you. Guys, listen, even in this lockdown season, the joy of the Lord is still our strength. And that's what we're going to sing to you this time, My Joy. God bless you.
I start my day in heaven, giving thanks and praises to the one most high, and I'll tell you why. I can lift my hands, I can do my dance, I can lift my voice, and this is why I have your joy guaranteed inside. It helps my day start with a smile. I thank the Lord for my joy. A feeling that I just can't hide. It turns my dark days into light. I thank you, Lord, for my joy. I start my day in heaven with an attitude that means I must win. I will never lose. Lord, you are my life and you are my strength. I'm here to testify. I have your joy down deep inside. It helps my day start with a smile. I thank the Lord for my joy. A feeling that I just can't hide. It turns my dark days into light. I thank you, Lord, for my joy. For my praises, oh Lord, I'm connected to you. With you in my life, I feel brand new. Lord, you are refreshing to me. That is why I sing. Everybody got your hat, come on. Your joy, your joy allows me to dance. Your joy allows me to sing. Your joy allows me to lift my hands and give you praises. Your joy allows me to dance. Your joy allows me to sing. Your joy allows me to lift my hands and give you praises. Your joy allows me to dance. Your joy allows me to sing. Your joy allows me to lift my hands and give you praise. Your joy allows me to dance. Your joy allows me to sing. Your joy allows me to lift my hands and give you praises. Lift my voice and give you praises. Lift my lips and give you praises.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Lord. Woo. One more thanks to Aaron Markham from the Film Perspective. He's behind the scenes. Thank you, Aaron, for all of what you are doing behind the scenes. And I want to give a shout out to two of my other brothers in London, Andrew Crawford and Huey Crawford. I know you're on Facebook watching. Thanks for tuning in. Listen, guys, we love you all. We appreciate you. And we look forward to what is coming next. Thank you for being a part of the International Gospel Music Summit. Don't forget to vote. That is important. Please cast your vote in time. Your voice matters. God bless you.